Good morning. I would like to remind you all, if you're here to speak this morning, please fill out one of the information slips on the back table and turn it in. You will be called up in the order that we receive those. And we do have overflow seating available. There is a big screen TV that you'll be able to see. So if you don't have a seat, with COVID restrictions, we need you to be out of the room at this time. Plenty of seating out there for you, and you should be able to hear and see everything that's happening inside. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to call to order this meeting of the Fremont County Board of County Commissioners and invite you all to rise for an invocation by Brian Sanford of the Wellspring Vineyards Church and to stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you and praise you for who you are. You are God on the throne. You're sovereign, and you're over all of this, all the proceedings here today, all of our lives, all of our day. So we ask you today, Lord, to just be with this meeting. And even as we go out from it, that we would remember the things that you require of us. It's to do justice, Lord. Pray that your justice would come through decisions here, and that we would love mercy. They would have mercy in our hearts for the people around us, and we'd walk humbly with you, Lord. So help us as the decisions, the discussion, all the things that happens. Father, you also ask us, you require for us to have unity with one another. So help us to be unified in what we're doing to bring about your justice and your mercy. Thank you for this day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, for all. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Before we move into roll call, I simply would like to note that we do have our new COVID dividers up this morning. We welcome back to the podium those who have been seated out in the audience for the last 6 or 7 months. And because we do have the dividers here and you can't really hear us when we're wearing masks, we are not wearing our masks as we're seated. So could we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Bell.
Present.
Commissioner McFall.
Present.
Commissioner Payne.
Present.
County Attorney Jackson.
Present.
County Manager Bryant.
Present.
Planning and Zoning Director Garrett.
Present.
We turn next to the approval of today's agenda. I am not aware of any changes we need to make.
Neither, Madam Chair. I move to approve the agenda. Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve today's agenda. Further discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Up next is our consent agenda. I would like to note we are scheduling 3 separate public hearings all on the same day of Tuesday, November 10th, beginning at 10 a.m. Those public hearings will be a conditional use permit for the Spotted Burrow Pit, a major modification. That is property located off of County Road 123, east of County Road 67. Also, we will look at the adoption of the 2018 International Building Code for here in Fremont County. And we also will hold a public hearing on the proposed 2021 Fremont County budget. So those things are all included with today's consent agenda.
Then, Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve today's consent agenda. Is there further discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Administrative and informational topics. We will begin this morning with the County Clerk's monthly report. Good morning, Clerk Grantham.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. Today, motor vehicle fees, sales tax, and recording fees collected for September of 2020 were $1,407,859.48. Of that, Fremont County's portion for disbursement is $779,474.91, which is 55% of the total fees and $102,995.50 more than September of last year. Year to date, our office is only down $12,365.86.
So your office has made a lot of recovery.
Our office has been very busy and it's all catching up with itself. So.
Thank you. Gentlemen, do you have further questions?
I don't. Madam Chair, I move to accept the County Clerk's monthly report.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to accept the County Clerk's monthly report. Further discussion?
Thank you, Justin.
Roll call.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Up next is our County Manager report. We turn to Sunny Bryant, our County Manager. Good morning, Sunny.
Good morning.
Morning.
So just a couple of quick notes. We will be having the final meetings to review the proposed 2021 budget next week. And then that budget will be presented in a public hearing on November 10th. It will be available for the public to review by the end of the month on the county website. And if anybody has any questions, they can reach out to me in my office and we can get those answered for you. We have received 3 bids for the Pathfinder Park Community Center projects. We're very excited. We're going through the process of reviewing those now. The bids did come over just a little bit of budget, so we're working with the lower bidder to see what areas we may be able to reduce in order to meet budget, or if there's any additional funds that could be allocated towards that project. And for anybody that wasn't aware, we did receive a $1 million DOLA grant to go towards that project, and then the rest of the funds will be paid for out of the Conservation Trust funds, which are lottery proceeds that the county receives each year, and a sales and use tax fund, which is where a portion of the sales and use taxes that are collected goes into that fund. And so we're really excited to move forward with that project, and hopefully in the next couple years get our 4-H and all of the fair events moved out to Pathfinder Park so that we can have a larger county fair. So we're very excited for that. We've received 3 bids for a courthouse project. So there's a unfinished room on the 2nd floor of the courthouse. And so that project, we received a DOLA grant and we received an underfunded courthouse grant. And then the county is paying a small portion towards that project. And so later on in this meeting today, we will be making a recommendation to award the bid for one of those contractors. And then the last item is that we have opened a third round for our Fremont County Restart Business Grant Funding. So if anybody hasn't heard about that program, information can be found on the county's website. So it's for businesses, nonprofits, churches, people in the community, or businesses, nonprofits, and churches in the community that have been impacted by COVID-19. And so there's information on the county website, which is www.fremontco.com. And the deadline for that round of grant applications is October the 15th. And so that's all I have.
All right, thank you for
Thanks,
that,
Sonia.
Sonny. And again, we would just urge anyone. who has
Microphone.
Expenses,
Turn your mic on.
oh, I'm sorry, thank you. We would urge anyone who had expenses from COVID-19 that are reimbursable to please take a look at our website, pull up that grant application. It's very quick, simple. You just need to be able to prove the expenses that you're going to ask for. So take a look at those. I would like to add to reports this morning that we are having a ribbon cutting ceremony this evening for the building that we purchased as a county on East Main Street. It's the old Atmos building, and we've turned it into a building to house search and rescue of Fremont County, which is a function of your Fremont County Sheriff, Alan Cooper. We also are hosting wildfire, the sheriff's wildfire team trucks out there. We are doing some remodeling and renovations, so we will be moving emergency management out there. Our new emergency operations center will go there when complete, and we also will move our noxious weed department there. So we're really excited about doing that and being able to move forward with some of those things here in Fremont County. Gentlemen, do you have anything you'd like to discuss this morning?
I have one, and it kind of falls in line with emergency management. As you guys should be aware, we are in fire restrictions stage 1. It is so dry out there. I can't stress how dry it is. I've been up in the mountains getting sunburned all week, but between the wind and the dry, the fuels are so tender out there, so be very careful. The fire up on 115 is a good example. It doesn't take much, excuse me, and for it to get away, so be very diligent when you're out. Enjoy the outdoors, but be very careful, because it's so terribly dry out there, and it's scary dry, and then with these big winds blowing, it makes it even worse, so be careful. Thanks.
I just got one thing. Yesterday, Commissioner Bell and I, along with County Manager Bryant, had a meeting with the two cities, City of Florence, City of Kane City. We had a luncheon that we try to have quarterly. And I'll probably sound like a broken record for the next 2 months and 29 days on my second term here, that one of the things that has greatly improved is the communication between the two cities and the county. And see, we have Councilman Hamrick here today joining us. And we had a wonderful conversation, a lot of good projects going on between the two other agencies. And like I say, I'll probably say this several times within the next 3 months. But thank you, John, for being here. And anyway, that's all I got.
All right, I believe County Clerk Grantham also has something to discuss that could mean something about an election.
Quite possibly. Thank you, Madam Chair. The ballots were sent out yesterday. I know I had a lot of confusion of why I was sending ballots out on Columbus Day when the post offices were closed. And they were closed, but the distribution centers were not. We actually dropped our ballots directly into the distribution centers, so it bypassed the post office altogether. So they're on their way right now. Also, a reminder, the unfortunate reminder I have is now that we are in election season and my office can issue ballots, there is a 100-foot electioneering rule in place by state law, and that means do not wear anything for or against candidates' questions on the ballot, please. And other than that, be expecting your ballots by the end of the week. If you don't get them by next week, let my office know.
Where's your drop-off boxes?
Drop-off boxes are inside my office, outside of my office, starting on the 19th. We have a new drive-through drop-off box in Florence that's under 24-hour surveillance at City Hall. And we also have one out in Penrose at the school. It's right at the front doors of the school, so it's a little bit of a trek, but steps don't hurt anybody at the moment. And then, especially me. And out in Cotopaxi, we're open that on October 26th, the week before the actual election week. So, and that's at the Cotopaxi School.
All right, thank you, Justin. This is the time for citizens here who may wish to address this board on any matter not on today's agenda. I know many of you are here for one of our specific public hearings, but is there anyone here who would like to address us on any matter not scheduled on today's agenda? All right, seeing none, we will move on. We have no old business for consideration today. We'll jump right into new business. Item 1 is the approval of a UC Health Lifeline Critical Care Transport Ambulance License. And I think we have with us this morning Michael Kroll, our Emergency Management Director. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning.
Good morning. So yeah, I am here this morning to get the approval and signatures on the UC Health Lifeline Agency Ambulance License. UC Health did not have their new ambulance when I was doing the ambulance inspections this year, so they have it outfitted, and it has been inspected, and as always, they are in top shape with everything, and it's a beautiful brand new ambulance. So that's what I'm here for today, to get that signature.
So 2 quick questions. First, I understand that this is for ALS, Advanced Life Support.
ALS and critical care transport, yes.
Okay. And this will expire at the end of April, along with all of the others, so it's not for a full year.
Yes.
They will be required to come back in and renew this licensing when everyone else is.
That's
Okay.
correct. And as we have talked, that was pushed back due to COVID and not wanting to contaminate myself and everybody else, and trying to keep those social distancing and social separation rules in place. So that's why they were pushed back. But everybody is aware that they will all expire on the same date, and that's when we'll start over again.
Okay, sounds good. Gentlemen, do you have any questions, comments?
Nope, kind of motion.
I'm ready.
Move to approve the UC Health Lifeline Critical Care Transport Ambulance License.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the UC Health Lifeline Critical Care Transport Ambulance License as ALS and Critical Care. Further discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, Michael.
Item 2, request for approval of assignment of Fremont County Airport land lease for Hangar 1 from ProAv Hangars to ProAv Hangars RE Inc. to ProAv Hangar 1 LLC. And we do have with us this morning Wes Brandt, our airport manager. Good morning, Wes.
Morning.
So we received a request from Mike Allard to reassign his lease from ProAv Hangars RE Inc. to his new business, ProAv Hangar 1 LLC. And the reason for this transfer is so that he can change the business structure of his businesses.
So it looks like all the paperwork is in order.
Okay.
And as airport manager, you would recommend this assignment?
I do. I have no problems with it.
No issues?
No issues at all.
Okay. Questions, comments?
No, I have a motion.
Yes, please.
I move to approve the assignment of Fremont County Airport land lease for Hangar 1 from ProAv Hangars RE Inc. to ProAv Hangar 1 LLC.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the assignment of Fremont County Airport land lease for Hangar 1 from ProAv Hangars RE Inc. to ProAv Hangar 1 LLC. Further discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thanks for being
Thanks,
here this
Wes.
morning, Wes. Item 3 is to award a bid for a construction manager and general contractor for the Fremont County new courtroom and improvement project. And we have with us information from Sunny Bryant, our county manager.
So as I indicated in my manager's report, we did receive 3 different bids for this to serve as the construction manager / general contractor of the project. Based on that information, we did compile a review committee, which was composed of Commissioner McFall. There was a representative from the state of Colorado, since it is in the courthouse, myself, our facilities director, and then our county engineer was also on that committee, as well as the design architect firm. And it was a great discussion. We reviewed all of the information presented. And at this time, I am making a recommendation that we award the bid to H.W. Houston So their company actually would be able to get into the facility quicker, finish the project sooner, which obviously these are grant funds, and so we are on deadlines. And that timeline would actually save us money on the project as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if we have any.
Thank you, Sunny. Commissioner McFall, is there anything you would like to address with this?
No, it's kind of funny. It still bewilders me how we received a grant from the state, from the underfunded courthouse committee. It's obvious that our courthouses are underfunded, but they're state mandated as well. So I guess it's a good thing that there's an opportunity to get grants. But we applied for that grant, and we're successful in getting that. And so that helps a lot with this rebuild. And the purpose of this, finishing out the courthouse out there, is with the court cases, eventually they're going to assign another judge to our district. So we have to have an available courtroom for that judge to be able to operate in. So thankfully, when they built the building, they had the forethought for expansion, and this room's kind of been used for storage until now. So it's ready to be rebuilt. And I appreciate all that did bid on this. We did have some very good discussions about it. And I think H.W. Houston, with her recommendation, is going to be a good contractor to get this done. They can get in, get it done without a lot of disruption of the court. So that's a good thing as well. And with that, Madam Chair, I move to approve, to award a bid for construction for the Fremont County Courtroom to H.W. Houston.
Second, with some discussion.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to award the bid for construction on the new courtroom and improvement project at the Fremont County Courthouse to H.W. Houston Construction.
Do we have an amount?
Discussion? Is there a final amount?
So the grant actually is about $550,000 of total funds that are available. So what we're working on right now, once we select this contractor, that's based on qualifications, and then they put together a monthly amount to oversee the project. They are working to finalize all of the subcontractors, and so the total expense will not exceed the grant budget of the $550,000.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Further
you.
questions or discussion? All right, let's have a roll call.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item 4, resolution amending the March 2019 edition of the Fremont County Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual. This is Chapter 5, Classification and Compensation Plan, Chapter 6, Working Conditions, and Chapter 7, Leave. We have with us Tammy Childs, our Assistant County Manager and HR Director, to explain what we're looking at. Good morning, Tammy.
Good morning. So specifically in Chapter 5, Section 506 is under payroll deductions. Section 620D, which is in their IT acceptable use policy, specifically to passwords. And Section 632, recording of hours worked. And Section 712, unpaid leave. And what we're doing is the county's only going to pay for the first 40 hours of unpaid leave when it comes to health benefits premiums. Before it was kind of unlimited, and we needed to kind of put a cap on that, so we've wrote that into our policy, including the mandatory health insurance participation for all employees hired after April 1, which changed this year. It wasn't written into our policy yet, so we've got that in there now. The password expiration policy, which was recommended by our financial auditor, and to require all employees to submit their time records timely and accurately. So now it's all written into our policy.
All right, it sounds like some of them might have been minor oversights originally, so it's a little bit of housekeeping. We're not really changing much of anything other than the requirement to change passwords.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
What's our resolution number?
Number 53.
53.
53.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, your wishes?
Madam Chair, I move to approve resolution number 53, the Fremont County Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual. The chapters that Tammy outlined in her presentation, I believe that'll do it.
Second.
I think he's done.
I was waiting.
We kind of trailed away at the end
Yeah, I
there.
kind of trailed away.
And with our new dividers, we're having a little bit of a hard time hearing each other.
Well, I didn't want Dottie to write too much stuff down.
You can probably all hear us out there a lot better than we can hear each other, so. It has been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 53, amending the March of 2019 edition of the Fremont County Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual as described. Further discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thanks, Tammy.
Yes, thank you. And finally, we have, under new business, we have an appointment of a new member to the Fremont County Tourism Council to fill a vacant position with a 3-year term ending December 31st of 2023. So I'm going to turn to Commissioner McFall, who is our appointed liaison to work with that board.
Thank you. So we had a person that had to step off the Fremont County Tourism Board, so we put out a request for letters of interest, and we did receive one. And I think she's going to be a good addition to the Tourism Council with her experience in Chamber of Commerce and working in the tourism industry. With that, Madam Chair, I would move to approve Rebecca Johns to fill an open seat in the Fremont County Tourism Council. It's a vacant position, 3-year term, and it will be ending December 31st, 2023.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to appoint Rebecca Johns as a new member to the Fremont County Tourism Council, filling the vacant position with a 3-year term that will end on December 31st of 2023. Rebecca is, of course, the office manager for Florence Chamber, and she has other previous experience in other communities here in Colorado concerning tourism, so we think that she's going to make a fine member. Further discussion?
I think just one, and you kind of made it, is we do have one person sitting on the board from Florence, but this adds another one from Florence, so we have a good variety of people throughout the county serving on the commission, so it's a good thing. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anything further? Roll call.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, that is it for old business. It's 7 minutes
business.
until new business. It's 7 minutes until 10 a.m. We do have 3 separate public hearings beginning at that time. So let's just take a quick 7-minute
Recess.
recess. All right, thanks. All right. It is 10 a.m. It is time to call this meeting back to order and to begin with our scheduled public hearings. We do have an entire list of the procedure for hearings and for hearing guidelines, but I believe these are going to be much more applicable to the third and final public hearing that we have today. If we have anyone who is going to stand up and speak either for or against in either one of the first two public hearings, then we will go through these. Otherwise, I'm going to save these to go through just before we begin the public hearing that you're all here for. So, the first public hearing that we have this morning, I will call to order. This is for a special review use 20-007 for Desert Concrete Pumping. This is a special review use request for a contractor's yard for a concrete pumping business. The proposal includes a shop and watchman's quarters. The 4.65 acre site is located off of 10th Street in Penrose near Highway 115 and is located within the Agricultural Rural Zone District. And we have with us this morning as representative, Dr. Angela Bellantoni. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, the floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you, ma'am, Madam Chair. Pleasure to be here. I'd like to introduce this morning the owner of Desert Concrete Pumping, which is Nevin Stoltzfus, and his office manager, Nate Nell.
Good morning.
Mr. Stoltzfus purchased this property in October of 2019, and as you said, this is for Desert Concrete Pumping. What they do is they operate pump trucks for concrete to reach those hard-to-reach areas, and they service Fremont County, Salida, and Pueblo. Mr. Stoltzfus has 5 trucks. 2 of the trucks are located outside of Fremont County. One that services Salida stays in Salida, and the one that services Pueblo stays in Pueblo. So this yard will actually be the home of only 3 of his 5 trucks, unless one of those other trucks is in need of repair. Then it would come to this site and then go back to its respective areas. Drivers arrive in their personal vehicles. They leave for a project in the truck, of course, and then they return after the project, and then they leave the site in their personal vehicle. The site development is a metal shot building, 60 by 100. It will have insulated walls, a concrete floor without a drain, a concrete apron, and that is also where the ADA parking spot will be located. As I said, that the shop will be used for repairs and maintenance of the trucks, and also to park the trucks when they need to. Utilities on site are an on-site water treatment system that was designed by Three Rocks Engineering and submitted August 7th of 2020. The water is a Penrose Water District tap. The lights for security will be motion sensors on the shop building. There will be a perimeter fence around the contractor's yard as required, and then at the south side of the lot, there will be a watchman's quarters. Truck fluids. Mr. Stoltzfus is requesting a 500-gallon diesel tank on a stand and in secondary containment. Vehicle oils are typically purchased in 55-gallon drums, and there are usually 2 to 3 on site depending on how full they are, one of the new and then one, of course, to reclaim the used. There will be a tiny bit of gasoline for a weed eater, and then there's the hydraulic fluid, which is in an industrial tote, and it is a 250-gallon, and it will have secondary containment as well. Used oil is collected typically in 55-gallon drums, and it is recycled and used as heating oil. There was a question at the Planning Commission meeting regarding a cleanout, and it is the policy of Desert Concrete Pumping that clients provide that area for the cleanout. And there is also a request for an alternative parking plan because this isn't public parking, and the building, even though it is large, is for truck maintenance and truck parking. So it isn't one that is used and will have a lot of employees. It will only have the driver or the person once servicing the truck at that time.
I want to ask you a question right quick. The clean out, are you talking about of the pump truck, the cement?
Yeah, the
Okay.
concrete, yes. That came up in the meeting, and that is not necessary because the client provides that location. Okay, back to parking then. So the required number of parking, we are only requesting 11 spots as opposed to 18, was it? I think it was 18, because trucks, again, are parked inside the shop building, and there are only 3, and technically there are only needed to be 6 because there's only 3 drivers, so 11 is more than enough. And that is all I have.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Gentlemen, do you have questions at this point?
No.
All right, let's have a staff report. We have with us this morning Sean Garrett, our Director of Planning and Zoning. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning. The department has reviewed the application and determined that it is complete and a true representation of the request. All minimum submittals have been received unless noted as a contingency item, and the regulatory requirements will be satisfied by the application. There are 2 contingency items. The first is minor revisions to the site plan. The second is information regarding the fuel storage. There are 2 waiver requests. The first is hard surfacing of the parking area. The other is landscaping of the parking area. As minimal parking and traffic will be associated with use and the parking area is contained within the screened area, the department has no concerns with either of these waiver requests. There is the approval of the alternative parking plan that has been discussed. The regulatory requirements require for 18 spaces. As the employees will be coming there, picking up the truck and leaving, the office is located at a different situation. The department has no concerns approving that alternative parking plan.
Because there really will not be any public arriving at this building. It's all going to be employees.
That's correct.
Okay. Gentlemen, questions for Sean?
What is the information that you're looking for on the fuel storage?
It was just the size, location, and then what the secondary containment is going to be.
And that hasn't been determined yet, or what?
It just needs to be shown on the site plan. And
Okay. So it's, at this time, it's still a contingency.
that's correct.
All right.
I was looking through the stuff too, the on-site water treatment, it's been applied for but not installed yet, correct?
No, we're waiting for your approval.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
Nope.
No.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I would ask if there's anyone here who wants to get up to make comments to this board concerning desert concrete pumping. All right, hearing none, I'm going to close this public hearing. Further questions, comments, issues, clarifications?
Got a motion.
Okay, this chairman is prepared to accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve special review use 20-007 for desert concrete pumping with the 2 contingencies outlined, minor revisions to the site plan, information regarding the fuel storage, the 2 waiver requests, hard surfacing of the parking area and landscaping of the parking area, as well as the approval of the alternative parking plan.
And the recommended conditions?
The standard SRU conditions?
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Just clarifying.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve SRU 20-007 for desert concrete pumping for the contractor's yard for a concrete pumping business as explained. I see we are requesting a resolution number for this,
Correct.
so that would be number 54. All right, we have a motion to approve. Is there further discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Doctor.
thank you. Have a nice day. Thanks for being here, gentlemen. Our next public hearing is a special review use, number 20-005, Black Hills Energy Hogback Station. This is requesting approval of a special review use for a substation that will include a 115 kilovolt, I believe, ring bus for connecting line terminals, transformers, one now, one future, and 2 future line terminals. This 40-acre-plus site is located off of County Road 69 in Canyon City near Highway 50 and is located within the Agriculture Forestry Zone District. I believe we have with us this morning from Black Hills, Kristen Cochran. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please step forward.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. And I understand the folks outside are having a little bit of a difficult time hearing with this microphone, so if you can just be sure to speak up nice and loud, that would be great.
With your permission, Madam Chair, if I take off my shoes, I'll be shorter and my voice will be closer to the microphone. Shall I try that?
We'll allow you to stand before us shoeless this morning.
Thank you very
Yes.
much.
And you will be much more comfortable as well, I'm sure.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? Great.
I think
Thank you
so.
very much. Good morning, Madam Chair. Could I ask first the person who's running the slides to back up the slides a few? Because, go to the beginning, please.
Okay, that's,
So this is actually the site plan, so are you ready to go into the PowerPoint presentation?
Oh, I just was hoping you'd start with the very first slide.
Well, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner Payne, Commissioner McFall. My name is Kristen Cochran. Thank you for introducing me. Good morning, Sean, Alicia, members of the public. My name is Kristen Cochran. I appear before you today on behalf of Black Hills Energy, electric energy provider to over 18,000 homes, ranches, businesses, and institutions in Fremont County. With me this morning is Mr. Seth Boudelier, my boss and senior project manager for Black Hills Energy, and Mr. Kenneth Murray, who is the operations manager for this region, and my partner, Bo Cochran. I think that our community affairs manager is in the foyer, so that's John Vigil. I'd like to thank Sean Garrett and all his staff. I'd also like to thank Matthew Sheldon, the county engineer, Mr. Grantham, the county clerk and recorder, Ron Cook from the Canyon City Fire Department, Chief Bill Ritter from the Florence Fire Department, Amy Jameson from Public Health, Annette Ortega from Road and Bridges, and all the county staff. Just want to make sure Ms. Bryant hears this, because the county staff was entirely so helpful and cooperative. Sometimes they asked hard questions, and getting to those answers, I think, is what made these permits really good and helped Black Hills put together applications that meet or exceed county special review use permit requirements. I believe you all have the planning and zoning packets in front of you. Commissioners? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, good. All righty. I don't want to repeat what you already know. So my plan is to go at a pretty good clip and hope for interruptions. Is that acceptable?
certainly.
Wonderful. Black Hills has submitted 2 special review use applications, one for the Hogback substation, which is, guess what, located just west of the Hogback, and the other cleverly named substation is North Penrose. So I'm sure you can figure out where that is. To start with, I'm sorry about this, Ms. Bryant, Black Hills has a video. Do you have that saved? Is there a chance you could run that for us? Thank you very much. This will just take a couple
For
minutes.
years, we've been delivering vital electricity to our 97,000 companies. High winds.
Well,
You lose the lights. For years, we've been delivering vital electricity to our 97,000 Colorado customers, helping our community. Their problem. High winds, lightning, snow, and other hazards pose a risk for our region's power. In short, if you lose the line, you lose the lights. Let's take a look at our current lines in the region. Right now, if the purple line goes down, then Penrose loses power. If the pink line goes down, then Canyon City loses power. If the red line goes down, then Penrose and Canyon City both lose power. Fixing down transmission lines takes time, and it's more than just an inconvenience. Essential businesses and services, like hospitals and first responders, are affected. But there's a solution. It's as simple as completing the loop. First, we can connect Canyon City with North Penrose. Second, we can connect North Penrose's power station with Pueblo's generation facilities. This creates a complete circuit, reducing or eliminating the time needed to restore power losses due to downed transmission lines. The choice is clear. Let's give Southern Coloradans the reliable electricity service they deserve. For years, we've been delivering vital electricity to our 97,000 Colorado customers, helping our community.
She's getting it stopped.
But there's a problem. High wind.
She's getting it stopped.
Okay, great. Thank you very
Okay.
much, Sunny. Sorry that turned out to be a bit of a hassle. Bottom line, as shown in the video, Canyon City and Penrose receive electric energy from a 69 kV line that runs pretty much south of the Arkansas River in Fremont County. That comes out of Pueblo, and if that line is cut, the lights go out. It's a single feed coming out of Pueblo. It can take several hours to restore, and Black Hills Reliability Project, that's what the video's about, that's what we've been talking about for the last couple years, will fix that. I'd like to show you how. Black Hills started the process to improve reliability with the Colorado State Public Utilities Commission and received their okay to build 2 new substations and a line north of the Arkansas River that will create a giant loop. If the loop breaks in one spot, Black Hills can quickly regenerate the signal and route it the opposite direction. This increased reliability because problems can be rectified in minutes, not hours. The permit applications before this body will allow Black Hills to connect the Hogback substation, which will help power Canyon City, and then the North Penrose substation, which will do the same for the Penrose area. This will dramatically increase system reliability and minimize downtime if there is an outage. Let me show you how it works. Could I have the next slide, please, Ms. Bryant? Thank you. I'll start with the Hogback substation. It will be built to back up the existing 69 kV loop around Canyon City, as well as provide 115 kV power to the area. The Hogback substation will complement other substations in the Canyon City area, sharing the load, simplifying maintenance, and greatly increasing reliability. In addition, the Hogback substation will increase the availability of electric power in the area and be part of the loop that sends power to the North Penrose substation. So 2 functions. One is bringing in another source of power and backing up the 69 kV loop in Canyon City. Number 2, bringing power to the Penrose substation. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you very much. The way this site was selected was first based on zoning. It is zoned agriculture, forestry. Per the Fremont County zoning resolution, substations are permitted in this zone as a special review use. The Planning Department's staff report found that Black Hills permit application has satisfied the requirements of the Fremont County zoning resolution. The Planning Commission concurred and on September 1st recommended approval of this application. The Hogback site was selected because it's close enough to the existing Canyon City substations and more specifically, the load center. The load center is where electrical demand is greatest, and in this case, it's just east of the Hogback. A substation needs to be within 3 or 4 miles of a load center to be effective. This location will support the existing substations in Canyon City to maximize reliability. Here, reliability is the ability of one substation to cover for another. In addition, it is the ability to inject a second source of energy into the system. Again, like it showed in the video, we've got one line coming in south of the Arkansas that brings all the power to Canyon City right now. Finally, this site is large enough to satisfy zoning requirements like setback and percent of lot coverage. Vehicular access is established and acceptable to first responders. Visually, the site is tucked away from the Highway 50 corridor behind Small Hills on the west and the Hogback on the east. Could I have the next slide? And please, at any time, stop me. Okay. You've got a good map in your packet, but I would like to pull out and use this map. And Sean, can I use your pen, or I've got one of my own too? Should work. Do you mind? I'm probably not smart enough. So, right here, and the folks in the lobby can see the screen, correct?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so here's the future hogback substation. There's the hogback. And then here is the North Canyon substation. Here's where we're at right now. The South Canyon substation is about 2 miles due south of us. There's the substation at the Canyon plant, and the East Canyon substation is over there. So this is the current loop of 69 kV substations around the city of Canyon City. The hogback substation is specifically designed to improve reliability in Canyon City. Right now, if there's a problem with any of those substations on that loop, or the line that feeds them, the outage will last until repairs are made, or until our friends at the Western Area Power Administration can transform their 230 kV current, which is a lot higher than we use, and route it into the Black Hill system. That can take several years, several hours, not years, please, correction. Anyway, obviously, people in town know how long it takes. It's not years, it's hours. But unfortunately, there have been 2 outages in Canyon City in the last 2 years. If we had this system in place, if the hogback substation was up and running, those outages could be repaired in moments, not in hours.
Let me stop you for just a second.
Yes, Commissioner.
Microphone?
How is one other substation going to fix these others if they can't operate by themselves?
Because it'll have a separate line coming from the Canyon West substation feeding it, and it'll be able to inject that power into the loop. So you'll have power coming in from the line south of the river and power coming in from the line that's going to be servicing the hogback substation.
Okay.
So there'll be 2 sources of energy. So if this is the existing line, and this is the new line from hogback sub, if this one gets cut, this one can inject power into that ring.
And that's the other power station up on 8 Mile that you're talking about?
No, this would be becoming, 8 Mile, yes, on 8 Mile.
Is that where that power's
Sorry,
coming?
I was calling it Canyon West. We're talking about the same one, the one where WAPA has.
He's shaking his head. What does that mean?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Seth, which sub is it?
May I approach?
Yes, please.
I have my shoes off.
And if you would identify yourself so everyone knows who we're speaking to.
Seth Boudelaire, Black Hills Energy. I'm the Senior Transmission Project Manager. Currently, our feed comes from West Station in Pueblo, and it comes to the Canyon plant, which is at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. So it's a single 115 kV line. From the Canyon plant, we spread 69 out throughout our system here in Canyon City. The new hogback is part of the Southern Colorado Reliability Project. The hogback substation in itself, if it was only to be built the hogback, would not give you that second source of 115 that we're looking for. It does, however, have 69 capabilities that are going to push back into those smaller subs throughout the town. So you increase reliability with that substation on your smaller 69 kV subs, but it does not fix the reliability issue that you currently have today on the 115 side, which is where we've had over the last couple of years. I'm sure all of you have experienced where we've been out of power for 2 hours. I think one of them was almost 3. Currently today, to restore power, if we lose that 115 line, then we have to call WAPA. We can't run that closed. They have to load shed. Then they can supply us with power. That's how we meet our requirements with the NERC and FERC federal agencies. But it takes a lot of time. Once we have that in complete 115 loop built, it runs closed all the time. So at any point in time, if you lose a piece of line or you have an outage on a section, it automatically feeds the rest of the circles.
But it's still just got one power line coming in from Pueblo.
This entire project will
one-
bring in
one
the
feed.
entire circle. You'll have 2 115s. We're here today to permit the hogback, and the second one you'll hear is the Penrose substation. We have all those easements completed. That section of line creates some extra contingencies in the area. It does not complete the entire project. So it helps. If you watch the first video in Penrose, you lose one line to Penrose, you lose Penrose. With North Penrose and Hogback in place, if you lose that line, you'll actually be able to feed the 115 all the way back to Penrose. So Penrose will actually have two sources. The 69 in Canyon City will be boosted up because we tie that Hogback into our existing 115. So now you'll be able to lose an extra 69 kV line. So Canyon does get some more reliability there, but you don't get that. The project's not done until we find a way from the Penrose substation to the Pueblo County line.
Okay, so what she said a minute ago then is not true, because if we just put a substation on the hogbacks, there is no alternate feed other than it might feed back on itself. But if you lose that feed from Pueblo that currently exists, it's down.
Your statement is correct.
Yeah, so what she said is not correct. So I kind of want some accurate information here. I know there's a bigger project in the back, but we're talking about a substation at Black Hills right now.
Correct.
So let's stay on that topic.
Hogback substation, when built today, will be fed off of the existing 115 line. When the Southern Colorado Reliability Project is complete, it will be fed from the south as well as the north to make a complete loop.
So that was my error. And
To the microphone, please.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you, Seth. That was my error. I apologize, Commissioner McFall. The source of power is the existing 115 kV line. We're not coming out of the Canyon West substation. The Canyon West substation is a large substation right near the Royal Gorge.
So, to back up Seth, just a clarification, when the whole project is done, there will be two lines coming in from Pueblo for the whole loop, is that correct?
That is accurate, but we are not permitting the second line coming in from Pueblo on the north as part of this project. Right now, we're only asking for permit approval to North Penrose. And so the line will come from Hogback, where it will be fed not from Canyon West substation, but from the Pueblo 115 line.
Okay, well,
But it'll dead end at
I'm getting
Penrose.
ahead of ourselves here, but I just want
Well,
clarification.
no, I think it's an important point, and I apologize for my inaccuracy. It was my confusion, and I apologize.
Well, okay, thank you. That brings me back to, I think I asked first question. If I didn't, I meant to, but
Please.
how, everything else set aside, there's no Penrose substation, there's no other line coming from Pueblo. How is that substation going to help this circle within Canyon City?
Because there are transformers that will be installed at the Hogback substation that will take the 115 current, drop it down to 69 current, and then inject it into the 69 kV loop around Canyon City.
But if you lose the transmission line from Pueblo, it's still down.
If we lose the 115 from Pueblo, it is down. We also have a 69 from Pueblo.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions at this time, sir? No. Thank you, sir. Does anybody else need any clarification on this? No. Okay, all righty, thank you. I will continue, Madam Chair. Okay, let's see. I was saying that once the Hogback substation, where the yellow pin is up and running, Black Hills were able to keep the lights on and quickly reroute electric currents. That will be because the 115 is transforming to the 69 kV as in the project description that Madam Chairman read at the beginning of the presentation. This kind of reliability is critical to attract and maintain the new tech startups that the city's looking at and encouraging, plus mom and pop shops, businesses, hospitals, schools, everybody's gonna like it. Is everyone here good on how this site was selected? Okay, could I have the next slide, please, Ms. Bryant? Here's a cut and paste from the Skyline Ranch plats. And the Hogback substation will occupy the yellow square, It's about 40 acres. So to get there, you're on 50, coming out of town, you turn right on 69, you get to the access, a private access that gets you onto the site. There's a secondary access along the north side here. That's what that wiggly line is. That was platted on the Skyline Ranch's plat. Ron Cook from the Canyon City Fire Department has been over it. It is an access. It is not anything you could get a big truck or anything over. It's probably more suited to a horse or an ATV. but if you got a Jeep, you could come in that way. The other thing I want to point out on this map, or on this plat, excuse me, is this is the right-of-way for a Black Hills overhead power line that's been in place there for about 130 years, in one form or another. Obviously, it's been changed a lot.
Is there a
Anyway.
line there now?
Oh, yes, sir. As you drive out.
Is that the, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, please, sir.
No, which line is it that's there currently?
Oh, the line that's there currently goes all the way, eventually goes all the way to Poncha Springs, but Xcel Energy has the western half of it, and Black Hills has the eastern half of it. Sure. Parts of it also run up north to what was called the Crescent Mine, which is north of Victor, if that's familiar with anybody. I'm sure Commissioner Payne is well aware of this, being a native, but Canyon City has a really cool history in terms of electrical development and technological advancement in all sorts of energy fields. Anyhow, if I could get the next slide, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Here's what the access looks like. And Commissioner McFall, if you look in the corner up there, there's those transmission lines you were talking about. This is the turnoff onto the private access. You can see that that little cast iron sign there that says 12369, 12369. I don't know how long that's going to be there, but for right now, it's a good landmark to see where the turnoff is to the site. The site right now is occupied by Deborah and Lonnie Foster and their family. They run a dog kennel and breeding business up there. Black Hills bought the site in August of 2018, and the Fosters have a lease that is up this year. They'll be moving the home and some of the other outbuildings. I'm guessing the Fosters will also take their sign, but it's a good landmark for right now. The substation will be built about 1,000 feet from the place where we're looking right now. This accessway has been permitted through the Department of Transportation. The deed has been supplied to Mr. Garrett's office, and access permit number DOT 20-008 is existing. So nothing else is required for access. Ms. Bryant, may I have the next slide? Thank you. This is the site plan. What you see here is what it will look like in 10 or 15 years. We're permitting for everything that will be on this site, but we don't need it all right now. We're anticipating growth and permitting for the ultimate build-out. The colored areas represent different soil types, but they also help represent different geological items. See the green part on top, the green area, and then the second green area? Those are hills. Ms. Bryant, would it be a big problem to back up one slide? Thank you. See this hill right over here? Just kind of keep that in mind, if you don't mind, okay? Can we go forward now, Ms. Bryant? Thank you. So what I was just aiming the pointer at is this green hill right here. If you look really close, the little dots are like vegetation. The nice thing about that is, here's the access, there's the view, it's blocking it really well. The substation itself is in the purple area, right here in the middle. And if you look close here, see those little blue rectangles? That's the Foster house and outbuildings, and here's a pole barn and a little corral. And the blue stuff is going to go, it belongs to the Fosters, not to Black Hills. And if they don't take it and knock it down, we'll be back in front of Sean to ask for a demo permit. May I have the next slide, please? This is the plan view diagram. So again, if you're a bird or a drone, it's 15 years from now, you're flying over the substation. This is what it'll look like. The black stuff is the equipment that we will be installing now. The red stuff is the future equipment. So that's the plan view. Next slide.
I've got a question for you.
Oh, yes, Mr.
How big is that area?
The area itself, to the edge of the fence, is about 3 acres.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for the next view, Ms. Bryant. This is a profile view. This will give you a feeling for elevation. This line right here is 15 feet above grade. These are two different slices, Basically, if you just like slicing a cake, if you slice through the substation, these are slices of the substation. And the thing I want to point out to you is that the bulk of the equipment right here, those switches there, they're under 15 feet in height. That's what allows these low hills to camouflage the site so well. There's also some taller equipment on the site. There's 3 static masts. They're like skinny flagpoles, and their whole point is to catch lightning strikes. They're around the perimeter of the substation. They're connected with a wire halo around the top. The idea is the lightning hits the halo or hits one of the poles. The strike, the energy, is conveyed into the ground, and then underneath every substation is a copper net, a heavy-duty copper net. And those are connected to those static masts, so literally the electricity runs down, it spreads into those mats, and it is grounded, like they say. It runs into the ground, and knock on wood, everyth's just fine.
And for clarification, how high are those 3 poles?
Those masts are a total of 55 feet tall. The masts themselves are 45 feet, and then there is a slender, about 1.5 inches across, lightning pole or lightning rod that's 10 feet tall on top. So 55 feet, to be precisely accurate, 55 feet 8 inches, because there's about 8 inches of gravel.
Okay.
But, you know,
All
I
right,
mean,
thank
8
you.
inches is what we're telling the contractor to lay down. He might get 9, he might get 7, so.
Okay.
Anyway, the other thing that's tall, and you can just barely see it in this slice here, are the dead ends. Can you see that kind of triangular shape there? Those are also, that line right there is 45 feet. Those are the dead ends. They look kind of like swing sets to me, looking at the side. But that's the dead end. Those are 45 feet tall. And then they've got the other 10 foot for the lightning rod on top. Any questions about elevation? All righty, super. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is a photo simulation. 15 years from now, if you're standing about 450 feet up the access, where right now the Fosters have their nice gate, that's what the substation's going to look like. So if I could point out a few things. Remember that hill we've kind of been tracking? We're a lot closer to it now. That was the green hill on the southern part of the site plan. Over here, the tall, skinny things are either power poles or those static masts, those 3 flagpole-looking things that I was talking about. Over here, you've got those things that look like the edge of a swing set. Those are the dead ends. Those are 45 feet with a 10-foot pole on top. You can still see, if this helps you find yourself, the existing overhead line. See that H-frame right there? And this is really hard to see, but kind of right behind that post on the gate is one of the Western Area Power Administration lattice structures. Those big steel jobbies, 100 feet tall, you can see that. It's about a half mile to the north.
So I would just like to mention that we do have these PowerPoints on our
Oh, you do?
computers that we're looking at.
I'm
So
sorry.
the images are actually much more clear to us.
Thank you.
Than trying to see it this far. So
I
I just
didn't
want to let
realize-
you know that when you're talking about these things and saying it's really hard to see, we do have a much better view of it on our
thank you,
computers.
Commissioner. Thank you,
So I just
Madam
wanted to share
Chairman.
that with you so you'll know.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that because it is a little tough. The effects on adjacent users will be positive insofar as electric reliability will be increased. Traffic associated with the current site falls to about 1 trip per month, and light and noise diminish. The tips of the substation will be visible from the residence on the southwest. That is the same house that's next to the highway and very close to the existing overhead Black Hills line. Where this photograph is taken, there's an overhead line right behind us. I think we saw it in the other picture. Pointed out the WAPA line. So clearly there's a lot going on in this area as far as transmission goes. I'd like to move to the next slide, unless there's questions. May we have the next slide? Ms. Bryant, thank you, Ms. Bryant. Commissioners, this is what the site will look like. The public won't see that, but you're the county commissioner, so you ought to see what it's going to look like. This is the substation, a photo simulation, obviously. The gray stuff, and again, if you can picture those dead ends that I was talking about, that look a little bit like a swing set. There along the back there, in front, you've got switches, transformer in the middle. The gray stuff will be built now. The purpley blue stuff is future. But again, I'm asking for a permit to cover the future installation. If you were looking at this view, you would have continued up the access road from the point we last saw, about 1,000 feet, and you'd be standing at the northwest corner of the substation. You either got in there up the access road, or you came in that little track along the north and you've bushwhacked down to here. In front of you, as you look down valley, and I don't know if this shows up on the image on your computers, there is the Black Hills overhead power line. Behind you, and it's not in this image, there's the WAPA 230 kV line. But again, this is not what the public will see, but thought you ought to see it.
No, but you will be able to see that from Highway 50.
You'll be able to see the tops.
Yeah, because your view is from the south, or looking south. You're going to be looking north. You'll be able to see it.
You won't be able to see the bulk of the substation. You'll definitely be able to see the tops, the poles, and you'll see them kind of along with, you know, this is a tight area. The topography is such. I mean, my first big Fremont County project was rebuilding the line that runs up to Victor from Canyon City, and we're just next to the squeeze that's on the north side of 50 before you reach that Canyon West substation. And there's just so much topography there to get in the WAPA line, the Excel line, and the Black Hills Energies lines. So there's a lot of pole tops you're going to be looking at in this area. You won't see, because the hills will block the bottom half of the sub. And that's where the bulk of the equipment is, because most of the equipment in the substation is below 15 feet in height.
Okay.
Any other thoughts, Commissioner McFall? No. Thank you, sir. May I have the next slide, Ms. Bryant? The Hogback substation is in the agriculture forestry zone. Substations are permitted under this zone, subject to the special review use that we're doing right now. There'll be no loss of farmlands here. The current use is a residence and dog kennel breeding facility. The substation will replace that, but it will not take out any farmlands. Although the surrounding uses are mostly residential, the size of the parcels and the topography of low hills helps buffer the site. The site has been selected for its natural screening. The substation sits in a bowl between the two hills, and while the tops of it will be visible, at least from the east, or from the west, certainly not from the east because of the hogback, the bottom half won't be. You won't see the transformers, the switches, all the stuff that's under 15 feet in height. The hogback substation will benefit the immediate neighborhood because it will be quieter, less odoriferous, and generate less traffic and light than the existing use. It will not use water or generate sewage. It will benefit the region as a whole by ensuring abundant and reliable electric supplies and increasing reliability to the 69 kV loop that powers Canyon City. It will not use schools, libraries, or other public facilities, but it will return approximately $107,000 in state-assessed revenue to county coffers every year. The substation yard will occupy a small fraction of the 40-acre site. The actual area of the foundations, which is what holds up the equipment, is less than 5,000 square feet. There's a big yard all around it, but the actual area that's occupied is less than 5,000 square feet. And because of the setback, it will buffer the neighbors, increasing compatibility in this rural yet close enough to Canyon City site to effectively increase electric reliability to the city. Given the multiple utility installations in the area, the addition of a substation, especially one that is effectively concealed by its natural surroundings, will maintain harmony with the environment. Finally, the Hogback substation has been carefully sited to further the goals of the urban growth district by ensuring a reliable and abundant electric supply to support the health and safety of Canyon City and surrounds, as well as technological, mining, and commercial entities, all without impacting productive agricultural lands, the Arkansas River Corridor visual or recreational resources, water quality, cultural resources, traffic, or critical wildlife habitat. The substation is sited on a 40-acre parcel with extensive setback to conform to the rural character of the area. In fact, wildlife may even return after the existing residence and dog breeding facility is gone. Construction of the substation promotes the health, safety, convenience, and prosperity of the present and future inhabitants of the county by providing continuing abundant supplies of electric energy and increasing reliability to all. Finally, this is the sort of infrastructure that many companies are looking for today. The Hogback substation will dramatically improve system reliability in Canyon City, helping fuel economic development as well as protecting the health and safety of county residents. One more slide. This permit application has met all county requirements. It has been approved by the Planning Commission at their September 1st hearing. It will improve the health, safety, well-being, and prosperity of county residents by dramatically increasing reliability and ensuring abundant electric supplies. I respectfully request your approval. Thank you. May I answer any questions?
Yes, I have a question about timeline. If this particular project is approved, when would construction begin? How long would it take?
Construction would begin in terms of site grading, we would hope this year. This Colorado, we're weather dependent, but most likely we would be able to get the site graded, which will take about 6 weeks. Site grading is pretty much the most disruptive part of the activities because there's dirt being moved. Black Hills will comply with all clean air requirements in terms of doing dewatering, or doing watering and doing dust suppression. And that will probably take about 6 weeks, and ideally that would start sometime in November. After that's done, it can take, again, weather dependent, up to another 6 months to build the substation. Once the site is prepared, and basically we get a slight grade to the site, we lay down what I call a copper hairnet, but that's the thing that catches the lightning strikes. We lay that down, we lay concrete foundations, we backfill with gravel. That takes 6, maybe 8 weeks, again, weather dependent. Once that's done, then the electrical engineers get in there and they start sticking in all the equipment. Deliveries will decline. People will be working on wiring stuff up. That can take about 6 months. One of the things we've had that's delayed in the past is getting transformers. And I don't know, do we have the transformers lined up for this one yet? It's on order. It's on order. It's on order, kind of like the toilet paper you were trying to
Which could
find
mean
a few months ago.
anything.
Well said, Madam Chairman. Yes, yes. Hopefully they're a little more reliable than the folks who were making TP 6 months ago.
Yes, all right. Gentlemen, questions for the applicant before we turn to a staff report?
Yeah, I got one.
Yes, sir.
You had stated that this would generate approximately $107,000 in tax revenue that's state assessed.
Yes, sir.
Where does that come from? I would
basi-
assume all of us.
No, that's from Black Hills. That's what we pay.
Oh, yeah, but who pays Black Hills?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, same thing for property taxes. Yes, exactly. So basically, Black Hills is a public utility commission regulated utility, and it charges people for electricity and gas.
So-
Here, we're just talking electricity.
I guess
So, yeah,
my
you'll pay
point
it.
is $107,000 more in tax revenue. We already pay the highest fees in the state. Does this mean our fees are going to go up even more?
No, sir. The cost of capital projects is spread across all the users. So the people in Lahaina, they may not be happy, but they're helping pay for a substation in Canyon City.
So this, you're saying this comes into the county, Fremont County?
Yes, sir. The same way, sir, if I may be personal, Mr. Commissioner, you pay property taxes. You pay them direct to the assessor. Because Black Hills is regulated by the state of Colorado, We pay property taxes to the state. The state assesses Black Hills on all their real estate and all their business property. And then the state divvies it up. My best guess is, and that's based on somebody who's a lot smarter than me, she says 107 grand a year, and that's a conservative estimate. Will come to the.
Okay, so this is on the property that you're going to be having
It's
this
on the
set up?
property and on the business personal property.
Business, personal property, okay.
Because the
All right,
substation.
that's where it's
is-
come from.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because the substation itself, you know, I mean, I don't know if the assessors in here are listening, but I think it's going to cost about $10 million.
Yeah,
So the assessor's going to get a nice piece of that.
okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Any more questions,
Okay.
please?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will put my shoes on, and my apologies to anybody in the front row.
All right, before we turn to staff, let's go ahead and open this public meeting, or this public hearing officially. And we now turn to Sean Garrett, again, Director of Planning and Zoning, for a staff report.
Okay, so the department has reviewed the application and determined that it is a complete and true representation of the request. All minimal submittals have been received unless noted as a contingency item, and the regulatory requirements of the Fremont County zoning resolution will be satisfied by the application. There's one contingency item, which is minor revisions to the site plan. She did just submit that, and those are currently under review. We'll figure that out probably this afternoon if that meets. And there's two waiver requests, one being hard surfacing of the parking area and the other landscaping of the parking area. As this use won't require a designated parking area, there's no concerns with those waivers.
Sorry, I'm making notes.
Sean, say that waivers again, please.
Hard surfacing of the parking area and landscaping of the parking area.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Sean. Any questions for Sean?
No.
All right, I have received one slip from someone who would like to stand and speak. So briefly, I am going to go over just a couple of notes about our procedures for public hearings. First of all, we do have a 3-minute time limit for individual speakers. This time limit will include setting up any PowerPoint or other AV presentation. Please do not read a prepared statement that already has been or is going to be submitted as part of the record. So I would like to call now to the microphone. It looks like Mick Marcello. Okay, so I think he's coming now. All right. There he is. All right, good morning. If you would please step forward and come to the microphone and give us the correct pronunciation of your name.
Marcello.
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 Okay, and it's Mick?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'd like to know, are property taxes going to rise because of this situation?
Are property taxes going to rise with this,
Yeah,
is your question?
In that area?
I,
No? No? The zoning's going to stay the
I
same?
can't give you an exact answer on that, but I would believe no, that there would not be an increase in property
The
taxes.
zoning is going to stay the
The
same.
zoning would remain the same.
Even though, all right,
It's an allowable use within that zoning. The zoning is not changing.
zone, for that area, even though it's not fenced in, still stay the same?
Correct.
How about putting some trees and brush around the outside of it? Around the structure?
If you would just like to go ahead and make comments, ask whatever questions you would like, and then we will bring the applicant back up to answer any
That's who I'd
questions that
like
you
to
have.
talk to, I
Okay,
guess.
so just list the items that you have, the questions that you have, and we will bring them back up to address all of those.
And today you guys are gonna decide on this deal?
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
It is before us for a decision today.
All right. Have fencing down trees and shrubs. For us people that are in that area, they said that we're not gonna be able to see it. I live right next door, and I've watched them drill their holes. We can all see that. I hate to say it, that's just my 2 cents. I guess I'm done. I need to talk to her or them.
Well, we will bring her up if you would like to stay in the room. I know you were seated outside. If you would like to stay here so she can come back to the microphone and address your concerns, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Cochran, would you please step back?
Thank you for coming, Mr. Marcello.
Your microphone is off. Please turn it on.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, Mr. Marcello. Again, I'm not qualified to comment on property taxes, but generally, I think with property taxes, if somebody's built a real expensive house next door, then you got somebody nicer in the neighborhood, but I don't think a substation is a comparable. As far as landscaping around the perimeter goes, we're not planning to have any water on the site. We use an herbicide,
There is water on the site.
yes, sir, there is a well.
And Lonnie
Okay, whoa, no, we can't get into an argument at this point. She has the microphone. Thank you.
Well, our plan at this point is to cap that well, and that's part of our permit application, is to cap the well.
Is to cap the well, so there will
Yes.
not be water available.
Yes, ma'am. Part of that is because water and electricity don't mix too well. The other thing about landscaping is we use an herbicide 10 months out of the year. This shows up in our fire reports that are part of our permit. The reason we spray the substation site with herbicide is for fire management, to keep any kind of plants down, and that's something that's been approved by the Canyon City Fire Department. It is very difficult to get things to grow in this area, and one of the reasons we selected this site is because it has natural landscaping in terms of hardscaping, those hills that are around it, that do protect some of the view. Mr. Marcello's right, he can see it. So
From his property?
yes, he can, Mr. Mar... Oh, hi, Mr. Marcello. Excuse me, I believe, Mr. Marcello, you live right off of Highway 50 on 69?
Yeah, I'm just due east.
Exactly, right next to the existing overhead line that you cross under to get to your place?
No,
But there's the overhead line that goes past your place.
yeah, it goes through my place.
Through, so he's got an overhead line going through his place right now. So he will be able to see it.
Okay.
It is.
Okay, no arguing between each other, please. All comments need to be directed to this board.
I apologize.
All right?
I apologize,
All
madam.
comments need to be directed to this board. If the two of you would like to have a separate conversation offline after today is done, you're welcome to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, anything else in return to his comments?
No, I think Black Hills will rely on the hardscaping that is around the site. And yes, Mr. Marcello will be able to see the substation.
All right, thank you. For this one?
I think so.
Is that Dylan Marcello? All right, sure. Come on up.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Dylan.
I'm Mick's son. I just wanted to give some clarification.
Thank you.
We do live at 555 County Road 69, so we're directly next door to this property. My dad's been there for over 20 years. I grew up on that property, and like we know the neighbors. We did see them come and drill their holes on the property. And I guess my question is, I don't know if I should direct it to Black Hills Energy.
It needs to be directed to us.
Sure, I prefer not to be answered by them, I guess is what I'm saying, because I guess what I'm curious about is, with our position there, what recourse do we have with what they're doing? I mean, obviously, it's going to be an eyesore. I mean, and then the construction they mentioned, that sounds like it's going to take over a year long of a lot of construction on our road. So it's going to be, somewhat of a disruption to our daily life over there. So I guess my question is, I don't know if I want it answered by them, because they're just trying to, do their thing, which I appreciate their service. I love when the lights come on, obviously. But I guess my question is, what recourse do we have, being in our situation, with what they're doing? And I guess I'd want to answer more from you guys, if that's possible.
So what I can say to you is this board is in no way prepared to offer you or anyone else any kind of legal advice.
Sure.
So my best advice would be, if you are looking for some sort of action or recourse, I would suggest you contact an attorney.
Sure.
Other than that, I don't think there's anything else that we really can say.
Okay, well, if I may ask one more question.
Certainly.
You are elected officials of Canyon. I don't know if you don't mind me asking, what do you feel is your duty in this spot? You having like the citizens maybe having not agreeing with this being built here. At the same time, maybe it brings revenue for the city. So what is your position here? Like, do you understand my question? Like,
So
what is
what
your
I-
duty in this
What I would
scenario?
say is, the duty of this board in any situation is to understand the issues to begin with, and then it's a balancing job. We seek every decision we make to balance between public need, between personal property rights, any of those other things that come into play. We seek to balance all of those before we can come to a decision.
Okay.
So we have to understand the application, whether it's an allowable application, if it's not allowable, all of those things come into play. And so that's.
So is this my time, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. Is this my time, if you might say? Yeah.
I apologize. I actually did not start the time when he got up to speak, so that is completely my error.
We can start it over from
So
3
I
minutes starting
apologize.
now. It's okay.
So, yeah, the time is, it's.
Okay.
That's an interesting answer. Man, I kind of lost my train of thought there, but if that's my time, I'm going to give myself some time to think. I really appreciate all your time, though.
So I would say his time is up.
Okay.
because- Yes, I
All right.
apologize.
Okay, well, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else, member of the public, who would like to stand and discuss this particular? All right, we need a form filled out. Where?
Not on this topic, on the next topic.
I need it filled out on this topic as well, sir. And you can fill that out after you've addressed us, if you would. So please identify yourself, let us know who you are and your address, please.
Yes, excuse me. My name's Larry Swisher, 707 Cedar Hills Road, Penrose, Colorado. And I'm addressing you.
Thank you.
I've been dealing with Black Hills Energy for a couple of years on this now. And since they brought up the topic of transmission lines coming into Canyon, I thought maybe it was appropriate that I at least raise this point. I think there are 2 transmission lines coming into Canyon. If you drive south on Colorado 67, just before you get to the federal prison by the motel, you will see 2 transmission lines. To the best of I'm no engineer, but I think they're coming from the Portland station and headed to Canyon City. Now, if you go along the Riverwalk, bicycle walk or whatever, you will see 2 transmission lines going over your head. And I assume they're going to the Canyon plant. Now, when I look at all the maps I see at the PUC level or whatever, I see a 115 kV line. But I think there's another line there that maybe it says 69, but I guess my point is there's more than one line coming into Canyon City right now. And that's
Okay.
it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, whoever would like to address that?
Seth Boodler, Black Hills Energy. There are 2 lines coming from Penrose to the Canyon plant. That is an accurate statement. One line is 115 kV. That line has the ability to support the load in Canyon City. The second line that was mentioned is a 69 kV line. That's a sub-transmission line. Sub-transmission feed the smaller distribution subs. That second line that was mentioned does not have the capability to feed the load in Canyon City.
Thank you for answering.
You're welcome.
All right.
Can I answer something else for Mr. McFall that was mentioned a little bit earlier that I think would be some clarification for him?
Certainly.
We talked about the hogback, how it helps increase reliability in the Canyon City area. I do want to be clear that that project alone is not a viable project for Black Hills.
That's what I thought.
So I think you're alluding to that question. I didn't really see the time to answer that, but it's the way the permitting works, as you're well aware of, we have to permit individual things. So this, as a standalone project, is
See,
not
and that,
viable.
I guess that's where I was getting at with that, because the information that she was giving says that it was, and it can't be. It can't make what you have currently in place any better without something else later.
Correct. I apologize about that. Kristen is an expert in permitting, not an electrical engineer. So my apologies, and I hope that does clear that.
Thanks.
That question up.
All right, thank you.
Seth, just a second.
Oh, yes,
So I'm
sorry.
trying to understand this whole thing. That you mentioned a substation in Lincoln Park. Where is that located at? And is that a smaller one, or how does this work?
So Lincoln Park has a 69 kV, steps down to 13.2. So what we do is 115 kV is the lowest level of classified transmission lines. And from 115, it goes 230, 345, which is the big WAPA lines, things like that.
Okay.
And then once we get the 115 in, because it's like water, right? So the higher the voltage is like a big lake. The current, which is what we try to get to your homes, is like your garden hose coming from that big lake. So we can move a large body or a higher voltage longer distances without loss. So your garden hose, when you spray it, it only goes so far. So the bigger body of water we can move, that's our transmission system. So we move those large voltages, and then from there we step them down to a 69 kV, which is kind of in between maybe a fire hose size. And we bring that to our smaller residential substations, and then from there we disperse it out to the actual homes and businesses.
Oh, okay. So where's the one in Lincoln Park located?
I'm
not
not
sure.
that familiar with
Okay.
town. If you would like, we could have our supervisor here in the Canyon area come up, or manager actually.
I should know where it is. I've lived there for 64 years, but I've probably seen it so many times I don't.
If you gave it to me on a map, an area map, and showed me Lincoln Park on an area, I could point this up. I'm just not
I
familiar
should
with
be
all
able to
the
answer the
individual
question.
lands.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other?
Anything else for Seth? All right, is there anyone else who would like to address this particular issue? Gentlemen, any questions, clarifications? Well, are we ready to do that? All right, we're going to close the public hearing at this time, and the board is prepared to accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve SRU 20-005 for the Black Hills Energy Hogback Station. Do we need a resolution number on this?
Resolution 55?
55. Okay.
Would you like to explain conditions, waivers?
Oh, sorry, yes. Contingencies as revisions to the site plan, waiver request, landscaping of the parking area, and hard servicing of the parking area for the waiver.
As well as standard SRU conditions?
That's right.
Just checking.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded to approve SRU 20-005, the Black Hills Energy Hogback Station. This is resolution, or will be resolution number 55. It includes approval with standard conditions, minor revisions to the site plan, waivers of hard surfacing and landscaping, as well as all standard SRU conditions. Is there further discussion?
Yeah, I have just one thing. I appreciate Seth coming up and straightening that out for clarification, but I also don't like the misperception that was presented to us. It either needs to be straight on or not at all. That's all I have to say.
The other thing that I would say relative to Commissioner McFall is, as a board, we are legally obligated to look at this station separately and wholly, as opposed to the Penrose station, which will be a separate and whole application in itself, as opposed to transmission lines. We cannot consider all of those things at one time. Legally, we must consider only the application that is before us. So I need to let you know that. All right? Anything else? All right, roll call.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, that's 2 of our 3 public hearings for today. I think now the one you all are eagerly anticipating and awaiting is here. I do have some information that I would like to read on this before we open the public hearing. So the procedure for this hearing will be basically the same as we have been doing. The applicant will present, planning and zoning will have a report, Then we will turn to public comments. Rules and guidelines for public comments. Individual speakers will have 3 minutes. There will be a 10-minute time limit for any presentation by a representative of a group. These time limits include time to set up any PowerPoint or other audiovisual presentation. Please understand, no one may donate their speaking time to anyone else, whether it's individual or group. As an individual, you have 3 minutes. As a group, you have 10. These are the guidelines that were published prior to today's meeting. Please do not stand to read a prepared statement that has already been submitted to us as part of the record. I hope you all understand we have about 3 dozen emails, letters that have been sent to us. We have copies of those. We already all have sat down and read through those. Several of those said, I will be standing up and presenting the same information to you again. Please understand, we've already seen it. We understand what your position is. If you have something else you would like to say, we welcome you to stand to the microphone and make those comments. Anyone who does wish to speak must fill out a speaker information slip that is on the table back there. I already have almost 30 of those, so I hope you brought some snacks because I think we're going to be here for a while. And we will make every attempt to call you up in the order that we receive those slips. Again, no one may donate their speaking time to anyone else. You cannot increase the 3 or the 10-minute time limit for another speaker. There will be no signs, banners, placards, or other demonstration type of displays. Outbursts will not be tolerated. All presentations and comments should be directed to this board, not to the audience. Do not direct questions or comments to the applicant, to other individuals, or to the audience in general. Please avoid all personal attacks against other people. And finally, be respectful of the comments of all who speak, regardless of whether you agree with their position or not. Avoid grandstanding, avoid outbursts of applause, cheering, booing, or any other similar disrespectful displays. And with that, I'm going to open this public hearing for SRU 20-006, a Black Hills Energy North Penrose Station. This is for a substation, as described, excuse me, 22.43 acre site located off of K Street in Penrose, near Highway 115, and is within the Agricultural Rural Zone District. So again, I will first call up Kristen Cochran for a presentation by the application.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. May I confirm that the applicant also is limited to 10 minutes?
No, the applicant does have longer than 10 minutes.
I won't take any unnecessary time.
We need specific information that we do not have enough time in 10 minutes to receive, and we also will have questions, I believe. So
Understood.
Just keep it succinct, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The North Penrose substation is at 19 K Street. Oh, sorry. It will back up the Penrose substation 3 miles south to minimize outages and share the load. Again, increasing reliability in the Penrose area like crazy because, like it showed in the video, if the current line is cut, the lights go out, repairs take time. Once this substation is online, problems with the Penrose substation on 11th or the lines that feed it can be remedied by switching the load to this substation and its separate feed in minutes. Next slide, please, Ms. Bryant. How was this site selected? The site is zoned agriculture rural. It is a permitted use under the zoning code. The planning department staff found that the permit application completed and fulfilled all the requirements of the zoning resolution, and on September 1st, the Planning Commission approved the application, as did the PUC. This site was very carefully selected. It is close enough to the load center. That is where electrical demand is the greatest. The Penrose substation is different than the Hogback substation. The North Penrose substation is designed to serve the needs primarily of that community and to back up the existing Penrose substation. One of the ways we do this is siting the substation, the new North Penrose substation, not so far away from the Penrose substation that voltage drop is a problem. Voltage drop is one of the siting criteria here. Voltage drop is something we've all experienced when we've strung drop cords or holiday lights together. The output at the end of the cord is less. Also, notice the cord getting hot. Did you read the warning not to string more than 3 light strings together? Me neither, till I melted my favorite holiday lights. What's happening here is the little electrons, which are sucked along by magnetic charge, are subject to gravity and friction. They're rowdy little fellas, and they'll bump into the sides of the wire, the insulation, and when they do, they convert the energy they are carrying to heat. That's why the charging cord on your phone is getting warm. When the energy is converted to heat, there's less energy at the end of the cord. That is voltage drop. Does that make sense? Basically, the electrons don't move without friction or gravity, and when they bump into the sides of the cord or the sides of the conductor, they lose energy. We've all felt it when we charged our phones or anything else. The North Penrose substation is sited so that it can carry the entire load in the Penrose area, and that means it must be within 3 or 3.5 miles of the existing Penrose substation, so that if the Penrose substation, which is in the south, is down for maintenance or out, the North Penrose substation can carry the existing load without voltage drop to the community. It also must cover the area where the community has the highest usage, the load center. There is a small sweet spot where we can site the North Penrose substation. The North Penrose site must be able to cover the same area as the existing substation. So I'll show on a map in a minute, not just to the Penrose substation, but all around it. Having the North Penrose substation online will mean that the pumps that pull the water from the Arkansas and fill the Penrose Water Department fill the Penrose Water District tanks won't shut down. That Beaver Park water users' pumps won't shut off in the midst of irrigation. That first responders, the school, local homes and businesses are less likely to suffer an outage, and if one occurs, it can be quickly remedied. The existing substation, the Penrose substation on 11th, and the North Penrose substation will be looped. Outages will be minimized, reliability will be maximized, and problems quickly resolved. Finally, this site is large enough to satisfy zoning requirements like setback and lot coverage. Vehicular access off K Street has already been permitted. And importantly, the topography of this site, again, we've got hardscape, low hills working in our favor. The bulk of the substation will be shielded from view by 3 hills, one on the north, one on the east, one on the west. The substation itself will be at the south center of the site and in a draw that will camouflage all but the tops of the substructure site. May I have the next slide, please? Again, I've changed the maps around, and well, I've put in a different map because I wanted to make sure that I was showing the Penrose substation. Here's the Penrose substation, and I understand, Madam Chairman, that I'm doing this for the people who don't have a better view, but there's about 3.2 miles from there to there. Here's the load center, pretty much where you'd expect it to be. May I have the next slide, please? This is just a quick view of the existing substation. This is powered by, as Seth said, the 69 kV line that's coming along the Arkansas. It's been in place since 1963. Again, as the video showed, if the line is cut, the lights go out here. May I have the next slide, please, Ms. Bryant? Thank you. This is the site plan, or actually this is a slightly earlier iteration of the site plan. As Mr. Garrett indicated, a revised site plan is currently under review by his office. And the only differences are Mr. Garrett wanted some additional detail about lot coverage, elevation, and some changes to the title, as I recall. But you can see from this Highway 115 running along the northwest side. K Street is slightly off the map in this, I'm sorry. And the thing I want to point out is these three hills. This one right here, K Street would be in this white column right here. This hill, and there's a third hill that's slightly off-site, which is actually on a piece of property that belongs to CDOT. May I have the next slide, please? Here's a plan view. Again, this is what you would see if you were a bird or a drone, and the black stuff is what we want to put in now. The red stuff is 10 or 15 years down the road. As you can see, this is a smaller substation than Hogback. It has a different purpose. May I have the next slide? Again, elevations. The elevations are similar. It's similar equipment. It's different because this is taking the 69 kV current and turning it into a 13.8 kV current, which is a distribution level current. This is the kind of wires that are running down K Street right now. That's the sort of electricity in there. But again, the bulk of the substation is under 15 feet. And this line here, as I think the commissioners can see, is marked off at 15 feet. So there you've got switches, other equipment. Here's another slice through the substation, and you've got the transformer, again 15 feet. We have the same tall structures here as at Hogback. These are the dead ends that look like sort of swing sets, 45 feet tall, plus that 10-foot lightning rod on top. So figure 55 feet, and to be absolutely accurate, 55 feet plus probably 8 inches worth of gravel. So,
And how many of those would be there?
oh, on that site, there will be 4.
Thank you.
And 2 more later. So, and then there's also the static mass. Those are the lightning rods I was talking about. We good on that? Okay. The lightning rods will also be about 55 feet tall. With this new substation in the Penrose area, the load can be shared with the existing substation, which can also be more easily and safely maintained because it can be shut down for maintenance. It'll be much less risky for workers. Today, Penrose has one source of power. So something happens, they are completely without power until repairs are made. When the North Penrose station is online, and if the Hogback substation has been approved, it will get power from the Hogback substation. It will not be, as Seth pointed out, and I apologize for my confusion and misleading, especially to Commissioner McFall, and I do apologize for any confusion on that, but it will be powered from the Hogback substation. So the 115 line will be going like this, okay? So it will not be a complete loop. It won't be a complete loop until the reliability project is completed. And we're not talking or asking for a permit east of the North Penrose substation. Black Hills still has to work with the community, gain consensus, develop a corridor, get that acquired, and then get a permit to Sean, and then I'll come back and bother you again. But right now, this project stops at the North Penrose substation. Could I have the next slide, please? Just real quickly to help locate you, this is the plat, and I'm thinking that everybody here, at least everyone from the Penrose area, is familiar with Beaver Park. The southern half of the substation are the northern 2 lots, 10-acre lots, that were platted in 1907 as part of the Beaver Park plat. Could I have the next slide, please? The north half is just outside of Beaver Park, but for me, the easiest way to understand the site is to look at this survey that Black Hills had done in 2018 when we bought the parcel. Here's those 2 10-acre lots that are part of Beaver Park, and then this triangular portion up above is a meets and bound parcel just north of that subdivision. CDOT has nibbled off this hill that's right here and also, pieces along 115 and bisected the parcels. Currently, Black Hills has an application to vacate this lot line right here. And that's, we just got comments back from Mr. Garrett's office, so thank you, we're working on those. And down the road, we may be vacating the 25-foot right-of-way right here that was part of Beaver Park. But that's not on the table now, and we'll talk about that later. May I have the next slide, please, Ms. Bryant? I'm sorry. From this photo, you can get a feel for the topography along State Highway 115 that effectively blocks the view of the substation. Right now, as you can see from the street sign, this is at Highway 115 and K Street, looking south. So if you're Wonder Woman or Superman, you can look right through that hill and see all the way down to the Subway sandwich place at 115 and 50. That's really good eyes. The substation itself would be about a quarter mile south of this point and behind this rise, which is right at the corner of 115 and K Street. Access to the substation would not be on 115, it would be on K Street. May I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So it'd be along K Street. I'd like to point out the hill that you see on the right side of the slide. Everybody got that? And then this is K Street, that's the existing lines. This is the parcel right here. The substation would be just behind that hill. May I have the next slide, please? This is a photo simulation of what the substation will look like from K Street. So if you're standing on K Street, about 75 feet north of the property line, and that's where access has been permitted, and you look due west, this is what you will see. When you look out there, you see the tall things. Those are either power poles or those 3 static masts. And if you look to the right, just to the left of that pinion there, I'm not sure if that's pinion or juniper, I apologize. Anyhow, but you see the dead end, that's the swing set looking thing, but that's looking at it straight on, the way the swings would go. That's the thing that's 45 feet tall, plus 10 foot for the lightning rod. So that's what you will see in 15 years. And I'm hoping, Madam Chairwoman, that maybe what you see in front of you, you can tell the blue stuff is future, the gray stuff is now. So when you see the blue stuff.
I have a question on that right quick.
Yes, Commissioner.
So you've said it several times, this we're going to build now and this we're going to build 10 or 15 years from now. Why? Why 10, 15 years from now? Why not all now? What's the plan for 10 or 15 years?
The plan for 10 or 15 years from now is to build what I showed you on the plan and profile views. And we anticipate, the planning people anticipate, that increased electrical demand will require additional equipment at this substation.
So you're hedging your bet then, in other words?
Well, no, I'm trying to use ratepayers' money thoughtfully, because I will build the yard to accommodate all the equipment I think I'm going to need over the next 15 years. So the yard on this substation is about 2 acres. That's what's inside the fence. But the area that will be occupied, the total area of the foundations, is less than 3,500 square feet. Those are the concrete foundations that hold up the equipment. As things move on, as people start using more and more electricity, I mean, when we all have flat panel TVs the size of billiard tables, we'll probably need to add some more in there.
They're energy efficient, it won't cause any more.
Go
ahead.
Exactly.
Keep going. Thanks.
Oh, Commissioner McFall, we could have really gone down that road, couldn't we? Anyway, moving along, recognizing the chairwoman's admonition to be succinct. We can have that conversation later, but chances are we're going to need to expand it. That's my personal opinion. So that's what it looks like right now. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Why are all your pictures taken behind an object that's there?
Because
and not
that's the view.
not what the view's actually going to be?
Well, the view, if you wanted to get behind those bushes and trespass.
If you get on the, let's call it north or south of that tree,
Yes.
that's not the same view that you're going to see.
No, and The view of this substation view, the bulk of the equipment is blocked from the west side, excuse me,
By
from the east
what?
side.
Yeah.
From those three hills and from landscaping.
I'll give it to you from the north side, but I don't think so from the west, east, or south side.
From the west side, on 115, starting about 2,000 feet south of the property line, you can start to see it. And going 55 miles an hour, you're going to have about 3 seconds of great view of the substation.
And from the east and from the south.
From due south, yes. From due south, you will be able to see it. The person who owns the property to the south is the same person who sold us the substation site. And after some consideration, sold it even recognizing the use, because we explained to her that there was a need.
So I guess my point, once again, is that you've got great pictures there, but they're not accurate to the layout. I've been there. I know exactly what that property looks like. Yes, there's a little hill here. If you were at the home that's just to the east of that, you're not going to see that tree. You're going to see right over that tree and see that whole property. If you're going down K Street, you're going to see that whole property. That tree you're going to see for less than a fraction of a second. Coming north, which you have no pictures of, on 115, you're going to see the thing for quite a while, no matter how fast you're going. Coming from the north, going south, yes, you won't see it till you get to it, and then it'll be a glance, and it's gone. I get that. But there's deception in your pictures as to this is a rosy flower bed, and it's not.
Sir, I'm not trying to be deceiving. I really am not.
Those pictures are deceiving to me, they are. My opinion is they're deceiving. We can carry on.
Oh, I understand. This is a view that you would see from the public right-of-way along K Street.
From the access.
From the access, looking right down the access. And this is, from K Street, the most direct view of the substation.
But just from the access.
From K Street,
Okay.
it's the most direct view of the substation. There is a hill due north of here, which will help block the bulk of the substation view from the two homes that are about 1,000 and 1,200 feet away from the edge of the substation. Any other questions on this slide? Can we move to the next slide, please, Ms. Bryant? Again, the substation is a permitted use in this zone. The property is not used for agriculture, so developing a substation on a small fraction of the parcel will not limit or not impinge upon farmlands in the county. The use is compatible and harmonizes with the area because it supports the rural residential environment in this district by unobtrusively providing reliable and abundant electric supplies to the Beaver Park, Penrose area. Again, no water, no sewage. Post-construction traffic will be minimal. And just to segue a second here, again, there'll be about a 6 to 7 week period of site work. The site work has the most impact because there will be trucks bringing in gravel and there will be more workers on site. After that 6 to 7 weeks, the traffic will be minimal. The substation will not use schools, libraries, or other public facilities, but will return approximately $66,340 in state-assessed tax revenue to the county coffers each year. The reason this is less than Hogback is because it's a smaller substation, and the assessor bills us for, I mean, if Commissioner McFall, I think I could probably pick on you and you'd be just fine. So may I proceed?
Sure.
If you've got a bigger house than I do, the assessor's going to charge you more taxes.
Sure.
It's just the way it works. The Hogback substation is bigger than the Penrose substation, so that's why it's charged more taxes for business personal property. This substation's smaller. The estimate of revenue to the county is $66,340 a year. And that's dependent on how the assessor assesses things, and the assessor could very well say, you know, I think transformers should be assessed at a higher rate, and in which case Black Hills will cry and we'll have to write a bigger check. This substation will complement the existing Penrose substation about 11th and H and improve reliability by reducing electric outages from hours to minutes. The North Penrose substation has been carefully sited to meet goals of the Penrose Beaver Park District by ensuring reliable and abundant electric supply to support the health and safety of Penrose and surrounds without disrupting the largely rural nature of the area. The parcel size is large in this area of 10-acre or less tracts, and the use will be difficult to see from Colorado 115 and K Street due to the large setback, 2 acres on 20, and the natural buffering associated with the 3 rises on the perimeter. Construction of this substation furthers the goals and objectives of the Fremont County Master Plan by promoting the health, safety, convenience, prosperity, and welfare of the present and future inhabitants of the county by ensuring abundant supplies of electric energy and greatly increasing reliability. The substation will dramatically increase reliability. It'll cut down on outages from hours to minutes, protect the health and safety of county residents, as well as agricultural pumps, mining operations, homes, and businesses in the area. Black Hills is grateful to the Planning and Zoning Office for its finding that this permit application satisfies the Fremont County zoning ordinance requirements, and also grateful to the Planning Commission of Fremont County, who approved this application at their September 1st hearing. This application has met all county requirements. It's been approved by the Planning Commission. It will improve the health, safety, well-being, and prosperity of Penrose area folk by improving reliability and ensuring electrical supplies. I know that this location is difficult for many. However, this is the best location for the best service and the greatest reliability to the community as a whole. Your approval is respectfully requested. Next slide. May I answer questions?
So, maybe very basic.
Please.
Again, I'm trying to understand the entire concept.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I, as explained, we are judging applications individually, but we understand there is a final product in mind. So I think you said at the beginning of this particular presentation that because the Hogback Station has been approved, if this one is approved, then you will be able to proceed supplying power from the Hogback Station to Penrose.
Period.
Period.
Right. We will not have completed the loop that we want to complete, which would eventually loop back to the power plant that Pueblo operates north of the, the Black Hills operates north of the Pueblo Airport. That is not complete. That is not a subject of this permit application. That is for the future.
Okay, understood. But this is, it feels like maybe it's a step up. It would be a better option than not putting the substation in, correct?
Oh, gosh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The problem is Penrose substation, like we showed you in the little video, if we lose the line or the substation is down, we lose the power. And because it's a distribution system, the North Penrose substation needs to be close enough to the Penrose substation to cover that area. Otherwise, with voltage drop, like I talked about, if the substation is, say, another mile or two north, it can't do that.
Okay.
So I got a question related to that. So if it's hooked to the Hogback substation, what is that substation feeding Penrose?
The line from the
Seth's
Hogback
got his hand up
substation
again.
feeds the Penrose substation.
Okay.
It's that 115 line.
Right.
So it's like a fishing hook,
So
not a loop.
I'm trying to get the drop in voltage, or however, Seth, I think, knows where I'm headed with this because he's got his hand up, but I'm trying to figure out where the redundancy is, I guess.
The voltage drop occurs within the Penrose area. Voltage drop is not such an issue with higher voltage, things like a 69 kV or 115 kV line. It's with lower voltage. That's why I kind of did that preschool example of the little electrons, because there's not so many electrons in a 13.8 kV line. That's the voltage. If we went to Penrose right now, just sort of airlifted ourselves in our minds, that's the voltage that's running through the overhead lines right now. That's the voltage that the Penrose substation is shooting out, is 13.8. And because it's a lower voltage, it's only good for 4 or 5 miles.
So what's the voltage from the Hogback substation to the Penrose substation?
We'll be, sir? 115. 115 is, and I apologize, Commissioner McFall, but I've got two experts here, but that's a lot more electrons. So the little guys that bump into the sides and make your cord hot and get tired and quit bringing you energy, that still happens. But because there's so many more electrons, and I'm embarrassed to be explaining this like I was in preschool, but it's the way I understand it. There's so many more electrons in a 115 kV line that voltage drop occurs, but only over much greater distances. For the voltage in the Penrose area, 13.8 kV, you can't run that more than 5 miles. This is
Okay,
like,
so I get that. So if you have
Okay.
115, if this substation is approved and you have 115, why does it have to be within 3 to 3.5 miles from the south one, which won't have an effect on it because you have more voltage
because the
coming in?
115 current comes into the substation, the transformer steps the current down to 13.8, and that's when we've got to be within 5 miles. 5 miles to cover the whole area.
To taper it down? It
No,
tapers
no,
down
no.
on its own?
No, we taper it down. We taper it down. I mean, yes, the voltage at the end of the tube, just like Seth was talking about, the fire hose versus the garden hose versus a straw. There's less voltage at the end of the tube, but the significant loss in voltage is with the lower currents, the 13.8.
So how far is the line coming into Penrose to the subdivision that's there currently?
Can I let my boss answer?
May I approach, please?
Yes.
Seth Boudelaire, Black Hills Energy. I apologize, you're getting into some very technical electrical questions that you're asking our representative here. I don't want this to get murky, so if you don't mind,
Please.
please direct those questions to me and I will answer them for you. Let me see if I can summarize what you asked and then let me know what I missed because I didn't catch everything that you were asking. The Hogback substation will tie in to the existing 115 kV system in Canyon City. That's part of that plan. That doesn't do any good on its own. With the North Penrose substation, we will be able to take that 115 kV that currently comes into Canyon City. We will be able to bring it to North Penrose. North Penrose is currently fed off of a single 69 kV line that comes out of Portland. So with that 115 coming into North Penrose, that gives North Penrose a second line. Cut the line, lose the lights, you have to take 2 lines out at that point. The reason that this substation has to be located in the vicinity that it is this is gonna be a 115 kV step-down substation to 13.2. So 13.2 is your distribution voltage, or 13.8. It's your distribution voltage. That distribution voltage has to stay within a pretty tight radius to be effective. As it starts getting further out, the voltage starts to drop. You have to start adding regulators, capacitor banks, things like that. That's the reason that we can't use the East Canyon sub to feed North Penrose. It's too far away. So I think the question you're asking is, why is this considered, in our opinion, the best site? And the answer is because we have a substation on the south of Penrose, and with a substation on the north of Penrose, both of those substations have the ability to overlap with the feed. So if we lose either substation or either major line feed, we have the ability from that backup substation to cover all the power in Penrose. It's important for the water pumps, so that for fire mitigation, they only have X number of hours without power. A lot of things like that that you're probably already very aware of. We were really excited about the location. It's not common that you can find something with some natural screening in that area. It's pretty open area. So moving that substation within that radius either moves it into heavy residential homes or out into a more flat open area. And we were excited because it was already the appropriate zoning.
So clarify for me then, if the current substation there is 13.8, you said, it feeds clear up to where this one's gonna be?
It's 69 kV feed coming in.
To there.
And it's a step down to the 13.2
Which feeds to where this other location is?
Absolutely.
So why, I get your overlap, but why can't you also be 6 miles apart where you've got 3 miles and 3 miles?
You can be within a range, yes. So would it be possible to move that substation a little bit further to the north? We could look at that study, you'd have to study the load drop, but the idea is that you need them to overlap.
So there's a complete and total overlap of the two then?
Yes, because if you don't have that complete and total overlap, you don't have a complete second service to all of your customers. So if we moved it 10 miles, sure, we could reach the north side of Penrose, but if you lose the south side of Penrose, you can't help them. You know, it's similar to the East Canyon sub. We can reach out towards East Canyon, and East Canyon reaches out towards the Penrose sub, and we cover the service for all of our customers. But if we lose the Penrose sub, that East Canyon sub can't reach all the way in. So you need to get your distribution subs to overlap so that no matter what happens on your system, you can change the switch and bring that power in.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Does anybody have any more technical questions? If they're
Well-
technical in nature, I will definitely take them. If they're permit application requirement in nature, Ms. Cochran will take them.
Well, and I'm like Commissioner Bell, we have this before us, which is the Penrose North Substation, but you keep referencing the bigger picture, and which is coming in, on just south of Fort Carson, is that correct? I mean, that's the plan?
So we're permitted them in Pueblo right now.
So you can have that whole loop. But it just feels like, and I think this is where Commissioner McFall was going with it, it just feels like the cart's being put ahead of the horse here as putting the substations in before the lines are secured. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're asking or stating. I would disagree with that. If we were asking for the Penrose substation prior to the hogback, I would agree with you. The hogback or the Penrose on them alone, it's not a viable project. With the hogback and the Penrose and the connection between the Penrose, we feel we have a project that no matter what happens in the future, it's a viable project. It brings a great benefit to the community. in
Okay,
whole.
so like she said, you have that fish hook now.
Correct,
Even if you
yep.
didn't get the other line, you still have the fish hook coming into that North Penrose, and that would cover an overlap as it is right now.
Yes, that fixes an issue that we have in Penrose today. It does not fix the problem we have in Canyon City today. So there has been some misinterpretation about the planning hearing that we talked about. With that fish hook, we provide a second source to Penrose. Penrose has a single source today. Canyon City only has a single source today. So once we find the route and we get an agreeable route from North Penrose to the Pueblo County line, then we bring that back before you. We can't bring that before you today because we don't have all of the easements in place.
Okay.
But we have to continue to move forward with our project because if we don't have our substation in place and we bring our line in and then the substation permitting doesn't work out,
then what?
we're back to square one. So when you say the cart before the horse, I disagree because we have a project before you that brings value to the community, that on a standalone does bring value. Then we need to figure out how to bring the value to Canyon City itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else for the applicant at this time? Commissioner McPain?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, thank you both. We're
Thank
going
you.
to turn now for a staff report to Mr. Garrett from Planning and Zoning.
Good morning. The department has reviewed the application and determined that it is complete and a true representation of the request. All minimal submittals have been received unless noted as a contingency item, and the regulatory requirements of the Fremont County zoning resolution will be satisfied by this application. There are two contingency items. One is minor revisions to the site plan. Again, we did get those in, we just haven't got the review done. The other is approval of the vacation of interior lot line that was addressed earlier between those two lots. And then there's two waiver requests, one of the hard surfacing for the parking and the other of the landscaping of the parking area.
Sean, is there in the packet, it showed that they needed access permit. She mentioned that they have one. Has that been secured from the Fremont County Department?
We have an application in for the vacation of interior lot line at this point, yes.
questions for Sean?
No.
No?
Just that one.
Okay, we are ready, I believe, to begin comments from the public. So please keep in mind all of those guidelines that I just gave to you. Remember, you will be addressing us with comments, not necessarily with questions. If there is something that you bring to our attention, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond to that. So we are ready to begin. Our first speaker is Stephen Mulliken. Up next, so please be prepared, will be Janet Jordan. Good morning. If you would identify yourself and give us your address, please.
Yes, I will. Madam Chair, County Commissioners, my name is Steve Mulliken. I'm an attorney, and I'm here trying to help out of three actually separate groups, I should say, on the issue of opposition to this proposed substation. I've only been privileged to be before you one time before. It was a number of years ago, and so I consider it an honor and a pleasure, and I thank you for your attention. Can I have our PowerPoint, please, Ms. Bryant? And I want to start by discussing how we've organized this. We've tried to do the best to comply with your rules. Your rules, I know, are in place for good reason because you want to be efficient with these hearings, and they can become very inefficient if you don't have rules. And so we've tried to honor that. And what we have done, we have I think you know in the materials that were submitted to you, Karen Ullman turned in a statement of opposition to the overall project signed by, I think, over 900 people. Next slide, please. And Ms. Bryant, I'm going to apologize because, and we'd like to be as quick as we can, but I have these progressively that come up each time, so I'm going to have to be nodding. But if you can hit the next slide. Next one, please. So we think that while there's 933 people that have signed up saying they oppose it, we think this issue really breaks down into three key issues. We've organized kind of a group for each one. Would ask you to give us roughly 10 minutes for each one of those groups. We have one or two speakers. I'm going to speak a lot, but I'm trying not to speak alone for the whole time because that'll get quite boring and tedious for you, I think, if it were just me.
So we are not giving you the 30 to 40 minutes that was originally requested. So if you have other speakers who will be coming up, that's fine. Just be aware there is a time limit.
I understand. I don't get 30, and we do have speakers. I hope you'll find this as efficient. We've really worked hard to try to avoid duplication because that can be a problem. So let me start by giving kind of an overview. Next slide, please. I want to talk about why we're here today because I think it's very, very important. And I thank you in advance for your attention to the issues. But we're here for a special use review. And this slide has the rule about it. And very importantly, it's implied, I think, by the applicant that this is a permitted use in this zone, right? Well, it's permitted with special use review. And that is set up for the very purpose set up there. The procedures that are to be followed to determine if a particular use or more than one use is appropriate in this particular place, in this district, depending on a number of things. And we suggest to you that it clearly is not. So the question before you is whether you're here to make a determination as to whether or not the proposed use in this location is appropriate. And in determining that, you look at a number of factors. Uh-oh.
Sorry, this is the first time we've used it, so I apologize for the...
That's okay. We start by saying we understand that a substation may be needed in Penrose. That's not the question. We're supportive of Black Hills trying to increase reliability. But the question is whether or not it's appropriate and needs to be in this location. And the approval criteria for a special use review say that the board, and this you don't have on the slide, but this is the approval criteria. It says the board may approve the application for a conditional use or a special use review, provided that it's established by the evidence, and that's an obligation on the applicant, that it's in accordance with the provisions of the Fremont County Master Plan, and further, that it meets a number of specific criteria, and we're going to talk about those. It goes on to list those criteria. We're going to talk about three of them, but this, very importantly, to approve it, evidence has to be presented to you that it meets these particular criteria, and we would suggest that it does not. And that last statement at the bottom of the slide It's the purpose of this section, the special use review section, to provide a review of such uses to assure that they're compatible with the surrounding land uses and not in conflict with the objectives of the zoning code. We think it is not compatible and it's not in compliance with the zoning code. We break it down into 3 key issues. Next slide, please, that we think each need to be discussed. The first one is we do not believe it's harmonious nor compatible. We have our K Street neighbors speaking specifically about that. Secondly, we believe the substation will have an adverse impact on scenic Highway 115 view corridor. That's contrary to your master plan guidance, and it'll injure your economic base. That's our second group, second issues. And the last one, we think it should be denied because the board really doesn't know fully what's going to go on there. This is a special use review. You should know everything about what's going to go on here. We think it is premature and the cart before the horse. So with that introduction, I'm going to introduce and yield the podium to Janet Jordan, who's going to talk about this first issue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioners, my name is Janet Jordan, and my husband and I reside at 1415 4th Street in Penrose. Let me start by kind of reviewing Steve's 8.14.2.5 of your planning resolutions. Says evidence that this proposed use will be in harmony and compatibility with the surrounding land uses and development in the area. That's quoting it direct. So when reviewing this application, this is one of the most important issues that stood out in my mind, and to me, Black Hill's response to it, or maybe I should say the lack of response to it. They go through simply their legal description and comments that the substation's going to be planned along a southerly portion of the site and be covered with natural dirt berms, and that'll help everybody's view to it. Well, from the pictures that I supplied you in correspondence that I sent previously, of the raw land and the simulation, I think it's pretty darn obvious that this thing is clearly visible and sticks out like a sore thumb. The Fremont Master Plan, Chapter 4, designates the property as a BLM Class 2, and that objective, quote, is to partially retain the existing character of the landscape, and the level of change to the landscape should be low. Further, State Highway 115 is designated by our master plan as a scenic roadway in the visual section. CDOT goes further in Regulation 3.1.8 in addressing utility and utility installations specifically along a scenic road and what rules are in place, and that's never been addressed by anyone. Because both Scenic Highway 115 and K sit at an elevation above this proposed site, the substation can be clearly viewed from 87% of the property perimeters and for miles around by property owners in the area. The natural dirt berms they're referring to only provide some coverage to no more than 13% of the property on that corner where 115 and K actually meet, their photo they showed. So, secondly, 8.14.4.1.2 in the planning and zoning says the proposed use will not have a detrimental effect on property values. So I had supplied to you previously a long 21-page document by Kurt Kleilish on the valuation guidelines for properties. And he explains in there a perception versus value concept, especially when people are looking at purchasing rural properties such as ours in Penrose. They see electrical lines and transmission stations as aesthetically ugly, harmful to their health, disruptive to our rural lifestyle. And to summarize 21 pages of that report and many, many reviews that he went over, the bottom line is it's set to decrease our property values by 23%. With $20 million worth of properties in Penrose alone affected by this substation and the ultimate transmission lines that they're wanting to put through, and those are people directly impacted, it means a potential decrease in value to our properties of $4.6 million. Now consider what happens to our neighbors when they're starting to run real estate comparisons when they want to sell their property, and ours have already diminished that much. It's a huge detriment effect to our community. If this is such a great thing to our community, why have 933 people, and most of them in Penrose, signed in opposition to this? We live rural. We know what rural means and how to survive without electric for a couple of hours. In closing, the Fremont Master Plan, Chapter 4, reminds us of the value of visual resources and the preservation of such to maintaining our existing quality of life and enhance the tourist and recreation-based economy. This application fails to meet many zoning resolutions and that master plan. Harmonious? Absolutely not. This is a big county with a lot of ground and no need to put the substation in a residential area. What could impact our rural residences more and our community more than a 230 kV transmission and substation line? We are asking you to deny this substation at this location. Questions on anything I've said?
I have a question on, and that you may not be the appropriate person to answer it. If not, someone will when they step forward. When were those 900+ signatures collected?
From early last spring until just last week.
Early 2020 or early 2019?
There's another person that can answer.
2019? Okay, thank you. All right.
And they were based, can I answer?
Are you going to speak later?
Yes.
Okay, you can discuss it at that time.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it looks like Cynthia Melchert is up next. Is that correct?
Dr. King.
Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, Dr. Victoria King would like to speak next, and I think she's also in our group presentation, so
Okay.
if we can keep the order, it'll help us with the PowerPoint.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Tori King. I am a physician, board certified in preventative medicine. I've lived in Penrose for 26 years. As previously stated, Highway 115 is designated as a scenic route and is a major thoroughfare for both tourists and commuters. The county has worked hard to attract tourism, and the proposed substation puts both the residents of Penrose as well as the county at risk. Although rare, power substation transformers average a 1% risk of fire per year of service. These fires can be started by a myriad of causes, including lightning strikes, welding accidents, overheating of oil-insulated circuit breakers, and transformers. Transformer oil is most commonly petroleum-based mineral oil, and depending upon the number and size of transformers, potentially thousands of gallons of mineral oil can be located at a substation. This oil provides the fuel for the fires. We're talking about fires. In the form of pool fires, where the oil leaks onto the gravel and creates a fuel source for any type of ignition, as well as for explosions. Heat within the system can cause the oil in a transformer to boil, forming hydrogen and methane gases that build up and can cause massive explosions, which can be viewed on YouTube if you choose to see one. Fire suppression via water spray does not prevent the fire or the explosion. It just mitigates the effect after the explosion has occurred. Fires can last from 4 to 24 hours, causing environmental pollution from PCBs, hydrocarbons, soil contamination from the release of the oil, groundwater contamination from the mixing of the water used for fire suppression and the oil running downstream into Beaver Creek in this particular situation. This is the water supply for Penrose, of course. Some recent fires in the U.S. include Dallas in 2018, which burned 50,000 acres, Madison this past year, which burned 2 substations, and recently, just this past July, in Las Vegas. A fire at the junction of K Street and Highway 115 would close both the highway as well as K Street and endanger the neighbors and the surrounding properties. Having just experienced the highway being closed this week, we all understand the inconvenience. Now think that you're driving back to Canyon City from Colorado Springs and it's closed both at 115 and K Street is closed. You have to turn around and go all the way back and go through Pueblo and come back around. The second issue that I'm going to discuss is magnetic field exposure, which is a health hazard. The exposure to extremely low-frequency magnetic fields from high-tension power lines becomes greater as the lines come closer to the ground to enter into the substation. The power industry has financed their own studies to refute the dangers of magnetic emissions, but the World Health Organization considers the issue to still exist. The International Agency for Research on Cancer has concluded that these magnetic fields are possibly carcinogenic for humans, and studies from Denver, Los Angeles, and Nordic countries have correlated electromagnetic field exposure to childhood leukemia. The third issue is noise. Substations emit a low-frequency noise that requires special noise abatement that does not appear to be included in the Black Hills Energy Plan. This will be a continuous irritant for neighbors. In conclusion, we should not risk the health and safety of a Penrose residents, potential closure of Highway 115 and K Street by placing a substation at this location. It would be safer to place the substation where there are fewer residents and not on a major thoroughfare. Please do not approve this application. Tough decisions come with your job, but this one is not tough. Black Hills Energy bought a piece of property without thoroughly considering the impact on the residents. It should not be the burden of the residents to exist with their decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. King.
Thank you, Dr. King. I'm now going to address the second issue, which is up on your slide. We believe that this substation would adversely impact the historic and scenic views along Highway 115 and injure the economic base. We think it's a critical issue for you. Highway 115 is already recognized as a historic and scenic highway, and it should be protected for the benefit of current and future residents of Penrose, as far as Fremont County, as well as tourists. And that's really what your master plan says. This, again, is a special use review, so in order to qualify, it has to meet specific criteria. One of them is up on the screen, 8.14.2.10. It has to give you a statement as to how the proposal meets the intent, purpose, and applicable goals of your master plan. Your master plan says, preservation of existing high-quality visual resources of Fremont County is an important factor in future development. In order to maintain existing quality of life and enhance the tourist and recreation-based economy, a visual resource program should be developed. Now, I believe you haven't developed one yet. I'm not being critical of the county, but that was the goal incorporated in your approved master plan. And perhaps it doesn't make sense to approve something along a scenic highway corridor without some sort of guidelines. But the master plan itself does give some guidelines, and those are there. Scenic views, especially along designated scenic roadways, are in need of preservation and protection right now. Viewshed protection zones should in most instances be corridors along the roadways and waterways. In viewshed protection zones usually don't allow buildings. Says specifically Highway 115 is one of your specific highways that need to be protected from a viewshed standpoint. And we believe that approving a substation adjacent to Highway 115 is completely inconsistent with that goal, fails that criteria, and should be denied. Now, the applications stated or kind of submitted indicated that the natural buffer would be adequate to screen it. Our opposition group never believed that. If you drive out there, as you know, Commissioner McFall, you said, you know that's not true, but they were worried that they might not be believed because we didn't have in our group a visual expert. So we hired one, guy named Zach Perdue from Elevate, and this should have been in your packet. We submitted it, and he would be available by phone. Your rules don't provide for that, so I'm just going to summarize a couple of points about it. Next slide, please. First of all, he concluded that the proposed North Penrose substation will be highly visible to travelers traveling along Highway 115 and K Street, highly visible. He said the project presents a conflict between the stated goal of protecting the unique and scenic and rural quality of Fremont County for current and future residents and visitors. Now, I want you to go to the next slide, please, if you will. He took a number of photographs, and the top photographs represent what the view is today, and the bottom is what it'll look like with the substation. This is going north on Highway 115 from a fairly far distance, but you can see the substation is purely visible. Next slide, please. This one is a little bit closer, and you can see it's prominent. Next slide, please. This is from K Street, and you can see these probably appear a little bit better on your screen, but clearly you can see that's the site. It's certainly not screened from vision as was suggested by the applicant. Next slide, please. Zach is an expert on this. He prepared this report. I think if you had a chance to review it, his expertise is pretty clear. He did a good job. He was serious what he did. He considered as part of his work looking at the photographs that were submitted by the applicant, and he concluded that the photographs were taken were not representative of actually views from the site. From the perimeter, they represented only 13%, so they were not the rule, but the exception to the rule. 87%, next slide, 87% of the perimeter of the site, the views are basically unobstructed. We would assert to you that the representations by the applicant are unbelievable, incredible, and deceptive. They don't represent what it will be like as far as the blockage of views. Zach is an expertise, but most importantly, next slide, please. This is a picture of his representative clients. You'll see halfway down the page, one of those is Black Hills Energy, who's hired him as an expert before. What is certain, we believe that this project, if approved, would really destroy the scenic and historic views along Highway 115, and that's inconsistent with your master plan. It'll also destroy views from the residences on K Street, and it's a mistake to do it. The county master plan has as its goal preserving these view corridors, and as a result, this proposal does not meet the goals of the county master plan, and that's one requirement for approval of the special use review. It really fails that test, and it should be denied because of that. That's our second issue. Our third issue, next slide, please, if you would. Next slide after that, I'm sorry. Yeah. We don't believe this should be approved because you don't have all the information you really need. You don't know what's really going to ultimately be at this site. For a special use review, it says that you should know all that and get the picture. I'd like to call up to talk about this issue Cynthia Mellenhart and Nancy Wright. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Cynthia Melcher is the lady that lives up on the bluff that we
Could you
mentioned
identify
earlier.
yourself, please, sir?
Oh, sorry, Kevin Hood, Penrose, Colorado. Cynthia Melcher is the lady that lives on the side that we talked about just a few minutes ago. This is a very personal and emotional subject for her and her family, so she'd asked me to deliver this. My name is Cynthia Melcher. I live at 86 K Street in Penrose. For the last 4 years, I've been taking care of my father until his passing several months ago. I'm here to tell you how vehemently opposed myself, my sister, and my late father are to the Black Hills Energy substation currently proposed for the corner of K Street and 115. My parents built the dream home in Penrose over 30 years ago. It sits close to the bluff and has a spectacular view of the valley and mountain beyond. Now we and our neighbors and anyone traveling on Colorado 115 or K Street will have a spectacular view of an ugly substation. I am also very concerned that Black Hills is making no mention of where all the power lines poles will go. and what they will look like. This seems like the cart before the horse to me. The proposed location of the substation lines and poles could have a significant impact of all of our property values. Black Hills has been coming to my family for the last 3 years with slight variation to the substation, the routes, maps, and pole configurations. As a whole, it appears to be poorly designed, and the project's objectivity is to make more money for the Black Hills Energy and disregard the opinions of the people of Penrose. After being turned down for approval on the transmission lines in Pueblo West, Black Hills is trying to do an end around by getting a permit for substations with no approved route, forcing their unpopular route on landowners by virtue of that's where the substation is, so we must put the lines to it. It seems that they are closely related as the route and substations are. The projects should be approved or denied as a whole rather than this backdoor approach. I'm not opposed to reliable energy. I'm just opposed to the placement in our town at this location. The substation needs no water, yet Black Hills Energy has chosen the very last northern lot that is connected in the Penrose Water District, making this property unusable for residential purposes. There's plenty of land out there. Why can't Black Hills find a better route? Why not find a better site for the substation that does not take such a devastating impact on the town, its landowners, and the property values? As you are all very aware, Penrose is an unincorporated town. We have no city council, we have no mayor to fight for us against a giant company like Black Hills. You are the people we selected and depend on to hear us and stand for us. Thank you for your time and consideration. That's Cynthia over there.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, my name is Nancy Wright, and I live and work at 1347 3rd Street in Penrose. I have lived in Penrose for 47 years. Let me say first, I am not opposed to a substation, but I am against the location in the Penrose Water District and residential area. I was at a Planning Commission meeting where the North Penrose substation was approved with reservations from a couple of the planning directors to move on to the county commissioners for final approval. At one point in the Planning Commission meeting, Michael Pullen asked Black Hills Energy if they might be putting the cart before the horse without having a clear picture of where the lines would be coming from and going out to. Project manager Seth Boudelaire's response was they were still working on a few easements in a small area in Penrose. This small area is 3 miles, I believe, and 12 property owners that have refused to sign. Let me explain our journey with Black Hills Energy. We were approached 3 years ago, the first time when Black Hills Energy came out to assess their proposed location of the transmission line. Seth Boudelaire came out and measured because the 120-foot easement would have gone through my kitchen of my house, located in the middle of my 40 acres. The line also would have gone over one of my barns. Since this was not going to be possible, they have since shrunk the proposed easement, potentially to 80 feet, which puts the line within 50 feet of my house. The narrower easement would require more poles to reduce wind sway, adding to the eyesore across my land. I was offered a ridiculous amount of money for the easement that would take 2.5 acres and reduce my remaining land's value at least 23%. I was also told that if we could not work together, eminent domain was mentioned. I think we can all agree that this is not a good example of Black Hills Energy working with the community. Their community outreach meetings were nothing but exhibits of how they were going to run the lines and where they were putting the substation. We had no choice in the matter. So if Black Hills Energy indeed really needs this substation and line from Pueblo and really does want to add value to our Penrose area, find a better place to put the substation than in the Penrose Water District along scenic Highway 115. And don't put those lines across our homes, our residential properties. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to remind speakers that this is for the substation, so comments about transmission lines, we are not going to be considering those at this time. So just a reminder to all of you.
This is our,
Oh, and yeah, as well as the emails. I know we just had a speaker stand up a moment ago and read an entire email that we already have received. We have that information already, so there's no need to duplicate that. And good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, commissioners and madam. My name is Hoshi Mastri. I live in Penrose at 1245 3rd Street and have owned properties. My wife's family, who's also lived in Penrose, have also owned properties for many, many years. If I can add them all up, it'll probably be about 90 plus years. I'm a Colorado licensed real estate broker, 28 years, and have owned my own brokerage. And I feel I'm qualified to be considered as experienced enough to impart some real estate advice about values, especially in Penrose and the county. The effects of the substation and peripheries with electricity flowing from Pueblo would be very detrimental to Penrose and Fremont County. Not only so, but it will be for the future growth of this area. I feel and know that there are many 3 acres to 25 acres to 40 acres in Fremont County or in Penrose that would be suited for Black Hills Energy that would not take away lifestyles, livelihoods, agriculture, and Western living. There are many articles of effects to valuation and devaluation of properties with electrical transmissions that are available. Noteworthy is already been mentioned, Mr. Kailish, who has much knowledge with his education experience and gives a basic understanding. Simply put, he says market value, defined in layman's terms, is the value of a property that was sold at a given date, considering an open market, not a difficult concept to think about. That a potential buyer, the appraiser must also determine the typical profile of such a buyer. Rural ag properties attracts buyers who want rural over urban. That generates income from working the land and the agriculture, sensitive to environmental issues, view sheds of land, health and safety. How is a substation and its peripheries comfortable to the neighborhood or comparable to the neighborhood? We just heard from all these residents how they have lived here for a long, long time, and the next once the property value drops, the next property that is sold also drops even further, and then it goes down further. This is a domino effect that will affect dropping tax revenues, and that will affect schools, roads, law enforcement, investments in agriculture, mill levies that have contributed to water, domestic as well as agricultural, used and paid for by residents who have lived in this area, who have supported 4-H, orchards, veterinarians, feed stores, dollar stores, county fairs, and I personally have seen kids supported by this who are now teachers, Marines, law, business, owners of the area, and I'm proud to be part of this community and continuity. Substations and its peripheries are definitely detrimental, as an appraiser by the name of R.E.K. Roberts for American Transmission Corporation on an ag property compared rural properties of 24 acres land to 3 comparable ag land sales that were not close to the substations and peripheries, and hence because of the power station suffered a loss of 29% in loss value. Or on January 27, the date is very important, I want you to understand this. On January 27, Mr. Kailish said, when lines placed in properties, 2 of them 110 feet and 3 of them 120 feet, H poles, steel H posts, cost the seller a lot of money, and it was because the before values was $204,500, cost approach was $185,500 for a 40-acre tract, and the assessed values for improvements was $107,600, a total of $498,100. That property sold and closed for $120,000, a loss of 35%. Wow. How many people do you know who could accept and/or sustain such losses. I have, by the dint of hard work, have seen a lot of people have supported our county, neighbors, schools, and knowing that the sitting authority has the final word on this, you should consider the citizens who have helped this county and many other citizens, many of these citizens, please consider to deny this application, because PUC guarantees reliable energy to all of us, but it does not guarantee huge profits to Black Hills Energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, I'm going to wrap it up for our presentation. Just a couple minutes.
Okay.
Let me conclude by saying that I want to talk for just a minute about the board's authority, something you probably already know, but I think it's very important. There's just no question that under the law, the Board of County Commissioners here gets the approval authority over where to site a substation. That's the statute. It's a Colorado statute. Very clear terms of the statute says that basically while the PUC makes a determination whether there's public convenience and necessity, a need for the facility, that doesn't go to the siting of the location of either the substation or the lines. That decision is with local approval, zoning authority approvals, which of course here is Fremont County. There's a seminal case, the city of Fort Morgan, it's a Colorado Supreme Court case that said very clearly to construct facilities inside of local government boundaries, public utilities must obtain required local governmental approvals. Very clear, the law says it. Like it or not, you get the hot potato. You get the decision. You run land use in Fremont County, and quite appropriately. I think you also ought to know that that issue, where should this be, has not been decided by the PUC regardless. 2018, when this was first surfaced, that application said that the location had not been finalized. In 2019, next slide please, the application of the PUC didn't say anything about the location, but included this project map, and you can see the North Penrose site is shown as near Soda Springs, and that's all the PUC had, but they didn't specifically act on it regardless. 2020, the application was silent on where the location would be. Regardless, even if they decided where it was, it would be your authority to say, yes, this is appropriate or not appropriate, but the PUC's never really wrestled with the issue. It's appropriately in your lap, if you will. So you have clear authority. I think this is an extremely important decision. It's a decision that's going to last for years and years. And if approved, this is going to have an absolutely devastating impact on view corridors along Highway 115 and along K Street. It'll be leaving that mark for, I hate to say this, but longer than any of probably the lives in this hearing room today. We'll all probably be gone, and it'll still be going. It'll be a tragic mistake to make. There's a lot of ground out there. There are a lot of places you could put a substation. Perhaps Soda Springs might be one of them. But this is not the right location. We need to do it right. We don't need to do it wrong. And you need more as county commissioners. I want to just go back one more time to 8.14.4, which is the approval criteria for a special use review. And it says to approve that, it says the board may approve it, a conditional use or special use review, provided that it's established by the evidence presented to the board that the proposed use is in accordance with the provisions of the Fremont County Master Plan and the zoning resolutions, and further provided they meet a number of criteria. And we've shown you that those specific criteria listed aren't. And those are these. Next slide, please. One more slide, yeah. One more. Keep going, yeah. The first is that this proposed use is not in harmony. It's not consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. That's 8.14.1.1. And it's a requirement that you find that it be harmonious. Clearly it is not. The evidence we've shown you, it just doesn't fit in here. It's dropping an eyesore in the middle of a neighborhood. It's dropping an eyesore right in the middle of your scenic Highway 115 view corridor. It's not harmonious with the neighborhood. It doesn't meet that test. It also is they're supposed to show that it won't have any adverse impact on property values. We've shown you that it will Beyond a doubt, it will. All of you know just inherently that if someone drops something in your front yard that looks like that, it's going to impact your property values. We gave you expert opinions at 23%. And it's also imposing a new risk, threat to safety with fire danger and potentially pollution hazards. And Commissioner McFall, I appreciated your mentioning fire danger. I had to drive down 115 today to get here, and the fire's burning up there. I hope not. It looks like they're making progress, but there's a really special area up there called Aiken Canyon that was preserved years ago. Nature Conservancy owns it. It's right across the street, maybe adjacent to it. So anyway, secondly, this application should be denied because it will adversely impact, really kind of destroy the scenic view corridor along 115. Your master plan says that's important, that your land use planning ought to try to preserve those view corridors for the future, for the current and the future generations. It's inconsistent with the goals of the master plan. It will destroy those, and it need not. There are other places where this could be put, and you could say, take a time out, find us a better location. You're really not shown that this has to be where this, in fact, probably an admission that you can move it some distance and find a better place. We don't want to permanently and severely impact those few corridors. And then last, we believe you do have authority to deny it because you really don't know everything. The code section says you should be shown all of the facilities, all the structures that are going to be at this proposed special use review site, and we all know you don't know that. It is the cart before the horse. You only have this application, and Madam Chair, I do understand that, but within the authority on this, you really can, you have the right to say, I need to know everything you're going to do there. I don't want you to start it now, expand it later, because each time it should go through this review, because it's not by right, it's only with special review, and that special review says you got to demonstrate with clear evidence that this meets all of the criteria. We've shown you at least 4 it does not meet, and it fails for that reason. I thank you very much for giving us the time to make the presentation and to listen to us, and I know it's an important decision, a tough one, but we urge you to make the right decision. Don't approve the substation.
All right,
If you
thank
have
you.
any questions, we'll try to respond to them.
Nope, we're good. All right, thank you. Karen Ullman, you're up next. And she will be followed by Judith Lazor, or Lazor. Good
I
morning.
have taken every word that has transmission out of it, okay?
Thank you.
My name is Karen Ullman, and I have been a resident of Penrose for 47 years. I love living here with all of its diversity. I love the fact that we have orchards, pumpkin patches, vineyards, equestrian centers, barns, grazing cattle, goats, chickens, dogs, cats, and other animals, plus quail, deer, coyotes, and once in a while a bear. I love the fact that we have wide open spaces with incredible views and residents with incredible differing views. But when we are threatened, we unite, like with the Topwell Ranch and the intended intrusion of wholesome mining on its borders, the need of a new library, the marijuana issue, that issue not to our liking, the reorganization of the Penrose Park and Rec, the Penrose Water District and its search for additional water, and now the siting of the North Penrose substation. Since my first contact with Black Hills on this issue in 2017, I have not had one person support the location of the line in the substation for Penrose, correction 1. So why K and 115 siting? A convenient location for Black Hills? Or is there more to it? Why did Black Hills in their SRU application mention mining? What mining in Penrose? Or are the rumors true that Black Hills is hoping to go north on Highway 115 to accommodate mining where power is now generated by diesel generators? Does this explain the additional towers as proposed as their application? What agricultural pumping in Penrose area? Do we have an unknown aquifer? You have heard a great deal of factual information and reasons for not citing this substation today. And I will conclude by adding, Paris has the Eiffel Tower. St. Louis has the Arch. San Francisco has the Golden Gate Bridge, Denver, the airport, Canyon City, the Royal Gorge, and Penrose, the North Penrose substation. All of the above, with the exception of Penrose, have an outstanding symbolic entrance. Does an obtrusive large substation make a positive symbolic entrance to the Arkansas Valley along Scenic Highway 115 and our county? I think not. I ask that you vote no. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Karen. I misspoke. Sandy Crawford actually is up next to be followed by Judith.
Judith Lazarus didn't want to speak. She's outside.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, and what about Ernest? Do you know if he's interested in speaking?
Ernest?
Yeah. Lazar?
No. He did also.
Okay.
Sandy Crawford's here.
Okay, so Sandy Crawford followed by David Jordan. Hi, Sandy.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Thank you guys for listening to us. And I apologize if I go a little longer. I've reviewed and tried to make it 3 minutes. But hello, my name is Sandy Crawford. My husband Freeman and I live at 453 Golden Circle in Penrose, in a beautiful development called Apple Valley. Just behind us and over the hill is Beaver Creek and the old stage stop. Our morning view is a wonderful sunrise abundant with God's creation. I'm here today representing my community. We aren't fancy folks in Penrose. We don't like crackerjack homes. We don't like rules and regulations, and we enjoy a simple life. And we have a genuine interest in our neighbors. We all realized that we were unincorporated, and we put our trust in you, the elected officials, to look after our best interests, to protect our community above all. We love our life, and we love our town. My husband and I have been involved in this opposition from the beginning, and right now there's no lines coming through our property. But that doesn't matter. This is about the community that we love. And I have to reiterate that this talk about lines and substation is very hard for us to separate, because as people who've been in this from the beginning in Penrose, this has all been presented to us as one thing. So the substation's been part of it, the lines have been part of it. So personally, we've heard it all. And so we're talking about substation to me today, but forgive me if lines come up, because it's been presented to us as one thing, not separate, as they're talking about. So how do Freeman and I know about all of this? And I'm addressing your question because Freeman and I spent countless hours presenting as accurately as we could to local folks what Black Hills Energy was intending to bring to Penrose, including both the substation and the ever-changing route. Without speculation, I can testify that 99% of the folks we talked to said not only no, but hell no, we don't want this here. Those are the over 900 signatures that you have. And I can tell you that COVID stopped us from going out into the community. Yes, they began in 2019 to gain support and to educate the people and give them the opportunity and some kind of a voice to bring to you. COVID stopped some of that. We can't help that. But there have been current signatures again, and those voices, I can tell you, are as true today as they were the day they signed it. They love our community, and they don't believe that this is necessary. From the beginning, Black Hills Energy has treated the citizens of our community, to say the least, with complete disrespect, offering pennies for easements, pitting neighbors against neighbors. It's saying take it or leave it. This is going to happen. You've heard deception today. We've heard deception as a group over and over and over for 2 years, whether it be changing this or changing that, or I can't do this, or I remember asking about, well, why not run that line down Highway 50? And Seth says, well, they don't want it either. So yes, I would question a lot of this. So how does the substation fit in this scenario? Completely. Yes, Black Hills Energy purchased an available property fairly. They did, however, forget one thing, to ask our community if we wanted a substation. There is no easy solution. There is an easy solution for them. Just like anyone else where something doesn't work out, they can sell the property and find a new location that's not the gateway to our community and does not obstruct the view of our scenic highway as they tried to misrepresent in their presentation. Let me give you an example of how easy it is for them to change. When plotting out their routes some 2 years ago, they came across a property that was protected by the federal government because of an endangered species called a black-footed ferret. The government said they could not cross the property. So they went another way. Let me ask you, shouldn't the community of Penrose at least have the same protection as a rodent? Black Hills Energy, find another way.
Sandy, your time is up.
Thank you.
One final comment?
My final comment is to challenge you, and you saw this in my letter, with a favorite quote from President Reagan. There are no easy answers, but there are simple answers. We must have the courage to do what is morally right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
David Jordan? He's passing? Okay. Melvin Manrose, followed by Heidi Manrose.
Heidi will pass.
Heidi will pass?
And Melvin's on his way up.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name's Melvin Manrose. I spend a lot of time on 115 and spend a lot of money in Fremont County. And although I live in Pueblo West, I just had a few comments that I'll try to make it brief. Appears like Black Hills Energy managed to buy a couple of lots in what appears to be on their own map a rural residential area of 10-acre plots. Why would you put a substation in an area that's zoned or set up for 10-acre plots and you know it's small farms? So they elected to put their substation right in the two northernmost zoned lots for what would be rural residential. One thing that you forgot when they said that they were going to put gravel on the bottom of this, they're going to put transformers in there that leak or could leak. And it doesn't appear like there's any containment systems around them. You're going to have that oil in your groundwater. So I would suggest that the least you could do is do something about that containment system before you approve this. The other is, why put this in a rural residential area? And if you look at along Highway 115, you know you're going to see it. And they say they can't put it along 50, the transmission lines along 50, because they don't want the tourists to see it. But yet they're willing to leave the tourists look at beautiful 115 and look at the substation. If you really want to see what you're going to see there completely, I'd suggest that before you approve this, go into Pueblo West, go north on Purcell Boulevard, go up to Desert Cove, and drive east on Desert Cove and look at that monstrous substation that they put in a rural development of houses. And that's what you're going to see on 115. If you want to actually see what this substation is going to look like, please go into Pueblo West, go down Desert Cove, and look at this monstrosity that they put in all of these, between all of these houses up there. That's what you're actually going to see on 115 when you go north. And that's what your tourists are going to look like when they come into the Arkansas Valley. So there is an example of what you can actually see if you want to see it before you approve this or disapprove it. Black Hills Energy keeps talking about stakeholders and all that and what they're going to do for the people and all of that. In reality, they're an investor-owned company, and the only thing they care about is what their stockholders get, because we already pay higher rates than anybody else. Yep. So this substation is, okay, it's a substation. It could be put anywhere. You could find some farmland someplace to put it on, I guess, or hide it behind and actually hide it behind a hill, not put it on 115. So I have a neighbor that recently moved to Pueblo West that had some property up in Westcliff. He spent 3 years trying to sell it. He has 80 acres, And there's a substation behind his 80 acres that you can't even see from his house. But yet the reason for not being able to sell his 80 acres was because of the substation. So all of the people here in Penrose are going to pay dearly for that substation. So in closing, I really would appreciate, and I think people of Penrose would appreciate it, if you would take the time to go view that substation on Desert Cove. And also put a regulation in there for a containment system to contain that transformer oil if it leaks. And it will leak.
All right, thank you, sir.
I work in this area, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, John Kosovic, followed by Freeman Crawford. Are you John? Thank you. Freeman Crawford? Pass, thank you. Doug Ullman?
No, anything I would say you've already heard.
Thank you. Susie Adams? Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I've checked with everyone out there, and they're basically saying.
Okay, thank you. We'll go through the names just to make sure. Penny Swisher? Pass. David Eco?
I have one question that I don't think has been addressed.
All right, come to the microphone, please. Identify yourself.
David Ico, 16 Q Street.
Ico, I apologize.
That's fine. It's common. You know, they're addressing the height of this substation is 55 feet, 8 inches. Now, we all talk about the poles. The poles are 100 feet. How far away from the substation are they? If they're 20 yards, you're still going to see them. So we're still talking twice as high as what they're claiming. And that's all I really wanted to add.
All right, thank you, sir. Diane Ico? Larry Swisher? Sure. Come on up.
No, I love to talk. Now, I know you don't want to hear much about transmission, but can I
Identify
bring up a
yourself,
point that
please.
was made earlier? Larry Swisher, Penrose, Colorado.
Thank you.
About a 69 kV line not being a transmission line. A map that was shown earlier shows a 69 kV line from Canyon to Westcliff. And if that's not a transmission line covering that distance, I don't know what it is. So in my mind, a 69 kV line is capable of transmitting power. Thank you.
Duly noted, thank you. Vicky Axtell?
She declined.
Okay. Monty as well? All right. Justin Jenkins?
Sound like
Decline?
he said I'm coming? Oh, he said decline.
Oh, he's coming, okay.
Thought he said I'm coming.
We're waiting.
Please bring wine.
That's okay. I can't tell the first name, but the last name is Blue for our next speaker, if that person would like to speak.
Oh,
So,
Justin.
all right, hi.
Good morning,
Please
all.
identify yourself.
Justin Jenkins, live at 448 K Street, Penrose. I know you received my letter on the personal effects of this, so I'm not going to beat a dead horse with that. I did want to clarify a couple things. I'm also on the board for the Beaver Park Irrigation Company. And a couple of the things that kind of hit what Commissioner McFall said was a little bit deceitful and kind of shady on both the Black Hills representatives this morning. They'd never contacted us for anything other than a crossing agreement for anything water related. So to say that it's going to detriment pumpers, that's a very small, less than 1%, probably in that area of people that actually use the water that would be affected by that. Furthermore, with the Penrose water part, yes, they do pump water, but most of that water is delivered by gravity feed, relies nothing on power. There are cases they do need to get their water pumped from the river, but it usually isn't an emergency, excuse me, it's not part of that normal delivery system. So just wanted to clarify a couple things. I don't appreciate the fact that they're going to use Beaver Park water and our name and the community that we represent against our own people. That is completely inaccurate. So on top of that, personally, you know, it is going to affect our business. We're trying to attract more people to the area with our winery, our apple orchards, and so having tourists come down, and this is the first thing they see when they turn past our tourism sign, through the state of Colorado is a big nasty substation. We just don't appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Someone with the last name Blue? All right, we'll hold on to that one. Michael Wall? Shayna Bache would be up next. Good morning, sir.
Afternoon, morning.
After-
whatever it
oh my
is.
gosh.
It's been a
We
long
have
day
been
for
here
us
for a
all, I'm
while,
sure.
haven't we?
I've never spoken before a board like this, so please bear with me. My name is Mike Wall. I live at 209 I Street in Penrose, Colorado, just southwest of where they're planning to put up this substation. I am vehemently against it. We did talk about the fire, possibilities of fire and so forth like that taking off. If there does happen to be a fire, we have seen how fast that fire on 115 took off. I mean, I think in a few hours it went to 200 acres. I think this morning it's at 600, 700 acres now. The property's right around there. If we did have a fire there and it took off like that, it's going to run right through our properties. It's going to run right through our houses, our barns, our livestock, and we would have to bug out quickly, as I've been preparing to do for the fire off of Highway 115. I'm not sure if this board, or let me also mention, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your service to this beautiful county that we live in, and we know that you guys are trying to make the best decisions necessary for the citizens of this county. Back to the fire issue, it's been well covered. I live just southwest of there, and my neighbors have told me in the bottom of my back pasture, once in a great while, we get a flash flood through there. Not a big one, but it does move through there, and I have seen it myself since I've been there. Again, not super deep water, but there is a foot of water rolling down right through that area. Not sure if it starts there. The neighbors say it starts by Highway 115. Should that flood come through, and sir, you might be more aware of that and what the topography of that area is, and if there is an actual flood threat there. But the neighbors and I have seen it come through there. Should that flood come through that substation, how will it affect that? Is it going to shut down the substation? Is it going to maybe overheat the transformers and cause a fire, and now we have a flood and a fire? And that's all hypothetical. I don't want to get into that. I'm not sure if you guys on the board are familiar with a document called Code of the West.
Oh, yes.
And I'll be honest, I haven't read the whole document, but from what I understand, it was written 100 and something years ago, and it was meant to help us with our neighbors or disputes between our neighbors, maybe before there was a lot of law enforcement to be able to handle those things, to where we should try to be good neighbors. If your neighbor's cow gets on your property, you return it to the neighbor. We try to help each other and try to be respectful and caring of each other in this community, in this beautiful county that we live in. I don't believe Black Hills Energy has been forthcoming with the information they presented us to today. I think some of it deceptive, mildly or extremely deceptive. They left out things. They have, again, treated the residents of Penrose feel we've been disrespected by them. We've been pushed aside and just told that this is what we're going to do. And if you want your $1,100 for the easement to maintain the property that you own for the rest of your time that you own it, you can get that. I don't feel that is a correct way to deal with this. I'm sure as a county board, you have made many, many decisions, many that you're proud of, many of them that you knew you just had to make because that's what we have to do. I would like for this decision to be something you guys can be proud of, that you can say, we didn't allow a substation to sit on this lot for the next 125 years. We're already talking, we have power lines that are 120 years old, 100 and something years old. How long will this substation sit there? Will the tourists coming down from Denver and Colorado Springs into our beautiful community, the first thing they will see is a substation? Will they see that for the next 120 years? I think that's pretty much all I had to say. Again, we are against this. Almost 1,000 citizens in Penrose said we don't want it. There are other options. They do have other options. I think that's about it. Well, I have two other questions. And you can ask these questions of Black Hills Energy if you like or not. Do any of the Black Hills Energy representatives sitting here today, with all due respect, live within a half a mile or a mile of those power lines that are going through there? I know, I'm sorry, the power lines are a separate issue, but it's hard to separate that.
We understand that, but
it's going to be part of that.
we need to do that, so.
Yes, ma'am.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Do any of them live in that area? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wall. It looks like Kim Blue and Shayna Bache. Either of you? Okay. Is there anyone that we haven't called up who would like to speak? Okay. Come on up, and we will need you to fill out a form. There's one lying here as well, but we'll go ahead and speak, and then you can fill out the form afterwards.
Excuse me. I'm Barb Elliott. I live at 445 G Street in Penrose. I have lived there since 1986, and I don't like to do this, but I appreciate all the good questions you're asking and listening and stuff. I do believe that Black Hills is trying to give a smoke screen. We are a proud, successful community, and I vehemently oppose this transmission state. Everybody else has said stuff, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Please don't forget to fill out a slip. All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak?
She already forgot.
Yeah,
There she goes.
it's all right. She'll get it.
She was too nervous.
Anyone else before we close the public hearing portion? All right, public hearing is now closed, and I will allow Black Hills, whoever would like to address issues that may have been brought up, to come back up to the microphone and to give us, as a board, any answers you would like.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. Seth and I are going to tag team here. So I've been trying to take good notes here on comments. And so I think the first comment that I have on here.
Could you remove your mask? We're having a hard
I'm
time
sorry.
understanding
I'm sorry,
you.
Madam
And
Chairman.
on the microphone, I'm sure it's even worse, so thank you.
I'm going to do the I'm going to do the shoes too, ma'am. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. Sorry. Nothing you can do. You're still tall. Anyhow. So the first comment that I think is appropriate to address would be Janet Jordan talking about visibility. She argued that it was not harmonious and that there was an adverse impact on 115. And as per the photo simulation that Stephen and his group presented, you can see this from 115. That is not the shot coming into town. That is the shot leaving town. And that's the 2,000 feet I talked about. And I think you'll agree, you get a dandy view of the substation. However, coming into town, coming from El Paso County, down 115, the first thing you see is that berm. And I can ask Ms. Bryant to throw up that photograph again of the intersection at K Street and 115. But that berm.
We all have copies of that. So,
Super
yeah.
duper. Well, just so I'm clear, that berm will cover the bulk of the substation. That berm continues along 115, almost the length of the property, or pretty much the length of the property, but it is south of the property that you get, and if I may, Madam Chairman, a damn good view of the substation for a few seconds for a couple thousand feet, and you do see it there. The advantage to this site from a visual standpoint is that it is covered by 3 hills that block the view in places. And while, like Seth said, we could move a tiny bit, like across 115 onto the state of Colorado parcel, there's no coverage. We could move across K Street, there's no coverage, and we're darn near in people's yards. So that's my response on the visual. Seth?
Yeah, I think on that same subject, what I'd like to add in is there is that ability to move a little bit but as you move, we can't get too much further past town. So if you move to the north, then the substation is what was portrayed as the first thing you would see. So that hill provided us a buffer that we felt was pretty good. We've also met with different groups in Fremont and offered to maybe put a nice sign that says, "Welcome to Penrose," or "Welcome to Fremont County," or something nice like that, that would kind of offset those visual impacts. We're very happy to do that and willing to. That portion of our property, we're not ever planning to utilize it, so it would make a good spot for that. Obviously, it would have to pass zoning, but so if you really look at that slide 3, which you guys have in front of you, and you look at the community of Penrose, and you look at how you could move that substation or where you could move it to, really, if you move it a little bit further to the east or the west, you're out on wide open flat ground. You can't move it too far, as we discussed earlier, like the East Canyon sub doesn't reach that far, so you have a limitation. So you'd really be moving it right out into flat terrain. Anything going more towards the east is that huge ridge of rock plus residential. Anything going south puts you closer to residential, and then you're also putting 2 pretty substantial infrastructures closer and closer together. So you kind of lose that redundancy power there as well. So I just wanted to kind of talk about, moving the substation doesn't eliminate the issue. It just moves it somewhere different. And that's one of the reasons we chose this, is we thought that it at least helped with the aesthetics.
Okay.
Any questions? The next were comments by Dr. King. The next were comments by Dr. King. Dr. King was concerned about noise. Mineral oil, as stated on the applications, is an OSHA hazardous material. The exposure pathways are from breathing and also from dermal contact. Now, maybe Dr. King can help on this, since mineral oil is the same thing we put on babies' bottoms. But apparently, if you get enough of it on you, it's not good. It's an OSHA-regulated substance. However, our transformers are, per Fremont County regulation, state of Colorado regulation, gosh, I don't know who else's regulations, they all have what's called a containment berm underneath them. And I've had extensive conversations with the Canyon City Fire Department and with the Florence Fire Department, which covers Penrose now, about what the installation's like. They've seen the plans and they've reviewed them. So there are risks, fire risks associated with anything. We're especially sensitive now. I drove through the flames coming in last night, and I specifically came down and spent the night at the Hampton Inn so that I wouldn't by chance have to come through Pueblo to make it. So I understand that. The other thing I want to talk about in response to Dr. King's concerns was that all of the effects associated with the substation are, as mandated by the Colorado State Public Utilities Commission, contained within the fence. So we're fencing off 2 acres. I've already explained to you that the size of the foundations is less than 3,500 square feet. But by Colorado state law, the noise, the smell, I don't know, they say odor. Yeah, I've never smelled the substation, but anyway, any electromagnetic radiation, all of that is contained within the fence. If you jump the fence, you're going to experience it, but honestly, if you jump the fence, you've got a lot bigger problems ahead of you. So that's what I've got on Dr. King. Any questions? Anything more, Seth? Okay. On Mr. Perdue's visual simulation or photo simulation, he's absolutely right. It was kind of funny because we did the same thing, because I'm not sure, but I think I saw a couple of neighbors and maybe the sheriff, well, he's out of here now, but saw me driving around the site a few weeks ago in a red 4Runner taking photographs, because I took to heart what the planning commissioner, there was a planning commissioner here who was very concerned about the view. And I thought, gosh, I need to go back there and look again. I really do. And I got to tell you, what I found was this is a good site. It does have 3 hills that will block the view. It is not 100%. It's in a draw, And in response to one other comment about drainage, Matthew Sheldon, who's the county engineer, has worked and reworked, and we've revised in response to his comments, the drainage report. So, you know, I'm not saying we can't get a cloudburst. You all know Colorado, but I believe the drainage will be fine there. Anyhow, I just want to get back to the visual. I spent time driving around here, so the sheriff may have reported people calling about some woman who kept jumping out of a car driving a red truck. That was me. And what I can tell you is the visual impacts are significantly mitigated by the natural landscape here. Those 3 hills are tremendous. And as I explained with voltage drop, we can't move this substation very far. But if we scoot it over a little to the west, wide open, just like Desert Cove Substation. I mean, I'm very familiar with the Desert Cove Substation. There's no screening. It's right next to an overhead power line corridor that's been around for like 70 years. And then there's the substation, and there's residential lots on either side, and may even sit kind of on the top of a hill, frankly. It's got good drainage. But this site is good, and it is in the sweet spot from an electrical standpoint. I don't really have any response to Nancy Wright. That's transmission. So I'd like to respond to Mr. Misty's comments about value. One of the first things somebody asks when you're looking at a rural parcel is, are there utilities to the parcel? That's critical because, you know, I mean, this is Fremont County. And if you don't live downtown in Canyon City, but instead you've got your own little slice of heaven up in the hills, you're paying to bring power lines, you're paying big money to bring you electricity if there's no electricity in the neighborhood. So having a reliable, abundant source of electric energy to your home is going to help. I figure you'll jump me. He always does.
I don't think he's shy.
Madam Chairman, you read it very well. I don't know why we've been talking about your authority. You know, absolutely you've got authority. That's why we're here. That's why we've all been here for 3 hours, and thank you all. I want to emphasize what Ms. Ullman said about the view from Colorado Springs. Again, coming in from the Springs, coming into the Penrose area, the view is mitigated. You might see the tippy tops, those lightning rods of the substation, but you're not going to see the bulk of the substation because it's all less than 15 foot tall. I talked about the leaks. I talked about Desert Cove. Fire concerns. We've met the Fremont County requirements in terms of both the Fremont County Fire Department and, well, the Fremont County Fire Department is what counts.
We don't have a Fremont County Fire Department.
Penrose Fire Department.
But there's the Penrose, well, see, I don't know what happened
It's the
here.
Penrose Florence. We do not have a Fremont County Fire Department.
I misspoke, and I meant to say Florence. I apologize. I apologize. But I know that that's Chief Bill Ritter, and I know he was very helpful. There are no easy answers here, but this location is the sweet spot. I know that there's probably no real dispute about wanting to bring reliable power to Penrose, and this is a special effort through that hook to do it. I wish we could come up with a better site, but as you probably can tell from looking at me, it's not my first rodeo, and this is a great site because it screens most of the views. Seth, what do you have?
Anything else?
Only if you guys have technical type questions.
Gentlemen?
Well, I have more questions written down than she addressed just now. You have some more?
Go ahead.
So Ms. Ullman also asked about mining. Why is that in your application?
Oh.
So as you saw in one of the questions that might come up is, why are we showing the substation of what we want to build today, as well as future expansion? We are a utility company. We are always talking to entities about if they would like more power. We do not currently have a contract in place to provide more power to the mine. If the mine came to us and asked us for more power, we'd be very happy to work through that to provide it to them, just like we did with the mine down on Highway 50. But as for expansion, we try to design our substations so that if there's load growth in the next 15, 20, 30 years, we expand. If we don't have load growth, everybody's flat screen TV runs off of a solar panel, then we don't expand it. So that's our way of not building a lot more than we need today, and just saying, hey, we need to make the site big enough that we could build some more in the future and not just waste money today.
So I have a follow-up, if I may. This one actually is going to be addressed to Sean. So understanding the application before us today shows what they would like to build currently, but it also shows 15-year build-out. Would this application include any future building of that same site at any point in the future, or would it be limited to what they have already shown us, including the 15-year build-out?
It'd be limited to that 15-year build-out and what's shown on the site plan.
So
anything outside of that would require further application and
Anything
review.
else in the future would require a separate application and approval permit,
That's correct.
and the entire process? Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted that to be completely clear to everyone, not only to Black Hills, but to everyone in the room as well. Anything in the future that they would want to build out there that is not shown on these plans, they would have to go back before this board for a separate process.
And clarification from our standpoint is, that's why we're designing it the size that it is. With the future build out is, we don't think we will need anything else, but we don't want to come back and say, oh, we built this little tiny square. Now we need to come in and tear everything up all over again. At least we have a plan. Whether it ever happens or not, only time will tell.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner.
The next question was that you initially told the CUP that the location would be Soda Point, and then you all of a sudden moved it.
So the PUC does not cite.
Or PUC, I said CUP, sorry.
That's okay. So the PUC does not cite
Right, I know, I'm aware of that.
They say, we say, hey, we've got an issue in Canyon City, Fremont County, Penrose. Here's what our studies show is potentially going to happen. And they say, okay, well, what do you think would fix that? And we say, 115 kV line from Pueblo to Canyon City. They don't ask us to show on the map where we're going to route that. They just want a line that shows it going from Canyon to Pueblo. Then we said, hey, during this whole project and planning, we said, look at Penrose. It's not right to leave them out. They only have one source of power. So we just put a dot on the map and said, Penrose. The PUC does not care where that is. It's not an official map. It's not a siting map. It's just a general arrangement, one-line diagram.
So what did Black Hills do? Did you explore that site, or did you just throw a dart and say, okay, Penrose?
That site was put on by a planning department, which does one-line diagrams. They had no intent on that being a viable location for a substation. It's too far away from the load source to actually work. So it's that's a one-line diagram versus an actual siting diagram.
Okay. The next question was, I think, Mr. Melvin said about the transformers leaking oil.
So they have a containment pit. And
What is that? How is that containment pit? Is it just dirt? It's not just dirt. Can't be.
Do you know what the one we submitted looks like? There's multiple ways. Either you put a plastic diaphragm in the ground, and then that catches the oil. Generally, what we use is a concrete containment pit, and then it has a small corner, so if it rains or something, the service techs come out, check it, has a little float on it. You can pump the water out. It's not automated because you don't want the pump to think that oil came out and it pumps the oil out. But generally in our substation designs, it's concrete. That's design specific, and that would be inside of the application already.
And so the issues are, the containment pit's big enough to contain all the oil in the transformer. So the containment pit on Hogback is bigger than the containment pit on the transformer for Penrose. And B, permeability is not permeable.
The last one was, do either of you live near the location?
The answer to that would be no. I live in Pueblo, Denver, and then we do have our area manager here. I'm not sure exactly where he lives, but he does live within the community.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, if I may say one thing in terms of mining, I just want to thank Sean. There's a part of Colorado law, State Engineer's Office, that requires that people who are mining contact the utility provider that owns any poles near it. We have seen a great uptick in people who are applying to expand their mining operations in the county. Sean, thank you for sending them back to Black Hills so that we can make sure they know that they need to comply with Colorado law and come up with an agreement. So it's not really pertinent, but I did want to say thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Payne, questions?
Well, on that containment bed, who inspects that as it's being constructed? Is it the state or the county? I mean, somebody has to inspect it to make sure it's in code.
Yeah, so we do, so you'll have like a concrete one, it goes through an engineered design, an engineer stamps off on it, then you have all your concrete test cylinders that are done, then we bring in a third party to inspect.
Oh, okay.
So it's a big process, and we do a
So-
bunch
so
of
it's-
commissioning, and it takes,
So there's an engineer stamp, so, okay.
absolutely.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, I have a question about Desert Cove that has been discussed a couple of times.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that indeed a comparable substation? Is that exactly what you're looking at building here?
It would be similar. We're looking to put one transformer in this substation with a line in and out. Desert Cove currently has 2 transformers in that substation and is actually running at about 75 to 80% of its capacity. So we are actually looking in Pueblo West to install another substation as well. I'm glad you kind of brought up Desert Cove though, and where it's sited in the middle of residential homes. If you look at most of your substations around town, you have one on the north, you have where the Canyon plant used to be. As you can tell, the distribution substations really have to be put inside of the residential or right next to them to feed those loads. The difference with the hogback is it's going to be a 115 to 69, so we're going to bring the 69 back over to the smaller substations that are already established within the city limits. So that's the differentiation between the two of them. We could put the hogback out further because we're bringing it back with a sub-transmission line as noted by NERC and FERC. So 69 kV sub-transmission isn't something that I made up.
All right, thank you. Okay, I have no further questions or issues, so thank you so much. I do have yeah, you can go ahead and be seated. I do have a couple of comments overall that I would like to make. First of all, to our entire audience here today, I would like to say thank you. We ask and we anticipate that people will be well behaved. That's not always the case. You have been an exemplary audience today. I truly appreciate the way that you stepped up, that you spoke, that you were well organized with what you wanted to say to us. And those of you who believed you already had your voice heard and simply passed, you probably saved us another couple of hours for everyone here today. So I want you to know that we truly appreciate your efforts here. I also want you to know we have read every word of every letter we have received. We have gone through documents. We have all of these things. We also have all of these things. We have so much information. This is kind of all we've been doing for the last couple of weeks. So I want you to know that you have been heard here today. I also would let you know, Commissioner McFall mentioned this earlier, we all have been to the site. We all have driven every road possible to drive to see what it might look like. We have used not only the drawings and renderings from Black Hills, but we've also used those from others who are opposed, saying, look, this is what it's going to look like. We have seen all of those. We actually took them out with us. And we were sitting on the side of the highway saying, okay, drive up another 3 feet because we're not in line yet. And so we have paid very, very close attention to what your concerns are, and we truly have heard those. I would like to end my comments by saying, in some of our most difficult decisions, we find it very helpful to be able to table the matter until we have a discussion to make findings from our conversations today. Those findings are what help determine our final decision. So I think we already have taken a lot of time to listen to what you've said, but I still would appreciate more time to kind of digest and to understand and continue considering. You've articulated your positions today very well, and I think if my fellow commissioners agree that tabling this so we can have time to continue considering and to create some findings from what we've heard today would make the most sense with this application. It would give us additional time to fully consider all of the testimony that we have heard today.
With that, Madam Chair, I move to table SRU 20-006, the Black Hills Energy North Penrose Station, two weeks from now, will be October 27th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
A second.
It has been moved and seconded to table SRU 20-006 for Black Hills Energy North Penrose Station to our meeting 2 weeks from today at 9:30 a.m. on October 27th. With this, because we're tabling, I would assume we are not going to be assigning a resolution number.
Yeah, we can hold off on that resolution.
Okay, we will hold off on that. All right, we have a motion and second on the floor. Is there any more discussion?
Yeah, I have something. I would like to thank all of you as well for your input and your courtesy towards others. This is a ton of information, and I think Commissioner Bell said it very well. We got to kind of digest all this, and that doesn't bring up any need for anybody to send any more emails, because we can't add those to it. We're done, but we've got the information we need. We appreciate it, and we'll do the best we can for you guys. Thank you.
That's a very good point. The public hearing has been closed. Anything we receive further will not be considered, so please keep that in mind. Anything
It's
else?
so nice to have the media here. We haven't seen them in, what, 6 months or so? So thank you guys
So
for
yeah,
showing up.
thank you for being here.
Okay.
All right, all in? Let's do roll call.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner McFall.
Aye.
Commissioner Bell.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And with there being no further business to come before this board, we are adjourned.